Go ahead, Bill.
Representative Henderson.
Here he is.
Here, sorry.
Representative Larson. Here. Representative Sherwood.
Here.
Representative Stiff.
Here.
Representative Walters. Here. Representative Swanester Dave.
Here.
Senator Anderson. Here. Senator Guru. Here. Senator Nethercott.
Excuse.
Senator Salazar. Here. Co-Chairman Kinski. Excuse. Chairman Nicholas.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, for purposes of per diem, Representative Alamand. Present. Representative Angelos. Here. Representative Harrelson. Here. Representative Pendergraft. Here. Representative Smith. Here. Senator Driscoll.
Excuse.
Senator Larson. Here. Senator Smith.
Excused.
And Co-Chairman Bear.
Here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You have a quorum.
All right, welcome, everybody. I think the first item on our agenda is an update from the wayfinding folks. Come on up. These are the lovely people I get to see about once or twice a month for the last several years.
Mr. Chairman, good morning. Thank you for the invitation to join you for a few minutes. I know you've got a very busy agenda. You've got a beautiful packet in front of you, and we're not going to go page by page through that. I know Senator Anderson wanted me to do that, but I think just in the interest of moving along on the agenda. Well, this morning, Chairman, it's just a great opportunity for me to get started with some opening remarks, and then I'll turn it over to my co-chairman. I want to start by just throwing out some thank yous. First of all, this is a committee, you might recall, that was seated by the SBC, the State Building Commission, in conjunction with our Management Council. There are 3 representatives of the legislative branch on this subcommittee and 3 executives appointed by the executive branch. Those members of the committee include the Superintendent of Public Instruction and the State Treasurer and my co-chairman, Auditor Racinas. Couldn't ask for a better co-chairman, by the way. She's actually the leader and we all follow her. On the legislative side, I want to tip my hat to Representative Sherwood. She's been with us for the past 2 years. And of course, yourself, Mr. Chairman, you have served on this committee and offer the bridge back to the days when we were completing the construction on this beautiful facility. Representative Sherwood, of course, has so much knowledge on this front, having earned a couple of degrees in this area, and so she's been invaluable. My hope is, as we move forward, and I'll be visiting with leadership, but this is an ongoing committee, and in fact, we'll meet next week, we'll meet again in January, and so being ongoing in nature, I hope that we can reseat the legislators who have been working for well over 2 years, almost 3, on finishing up this beautiful project of ours. So a real tip of the hat. We could not do the work that we do, Mr. Chairman, had it not been for the hundreds of hours given by so many people. The ex officio members of that wayfinding and historical exhibit committee have been invaluable. They represent several of our agencies in state government. And so a real tip of the hat to them. And then of course, we're not anything if it weren't for our staff. And behind me, Wendy Matson, she's really the leader of all things. And Rihanna Davison has been incredible. So, you know, it's really been, I think, a labor of love for all of us. It's kind of fun to get to this stage of everything because installation is going on. The implementation of everything that we've been working on for these past 2+ years. Yeah, it's almost like an advent calendar. Every day we get to open something new, and there it is. With any project, you know, in your homes, maybe you've run into this before, you hang a picture somewhere and your significant other says, you know what, I don't think that belongs there and we're gonna have to move it. So we are running into some of that, and we've discovered some things that we're gonna have to move around and change, but that's where we are, and we're, some of the installation I think has turned out so well. Just a couple more thoughts, and then I want to turn it over so that the co-chairman can offer her thoughts to you this morning. I recall back many months ago, it was actually Representative Walters who was standing there saying, you know, we've got to get these composites out where people can see them. People come to this Capitol sometimes to look for their grandfather or their great aunt who used to serve in the legislature, and we really ought to have those out in the extension. Well, you know what? We did that, and that was the initiation of what eventually became the Hall of Senators and the Hall of Representatives. There's not a day goes by that I don't see visitors down there looking to see who used to serve in this body. And you know what it did? It immediately elevated that space down there. The beautiful Capitol extension, it just kind of elevated everything. Really proud of that piece of the project. The public meeting rooms are another thing I wanted to highlight real quickly this morning. We came up with the idea of naming those along with the numbers on the doors after the great river basins of our state. And then inside you'll find images of that part of Wyoming's world. It's absolutely spectacular, some of the images that our consultants have helped us to gather up. Represents the work of photographers out across the state and the western United States, some of the best who do what they do. I'm looking at Chairman Kinski, one of the photographers whose work we've used quite a little bit of and will in the Capitol Auditorium, is a photographer from your neck of the woods that you're aware of. Just some terrific. So if you haven't had a chance to walk through those public meeting rooms, they're something I'm really proud of. And I think those spaces too have been really elevated. Not just us, but the visitors who come down to take part, be a part of the people's house. Hopefully that'll help them feel right at home, so.
Senator Landon, if I could interrupt just a question. I'm looking at these, I did not realize that there were these beautiful photographs in PMR3. Is it possible that I could get reproduced one or more of these photographs and maybe in a frame that's got the seal of the state of Wyoming on it? If anybody could make that happen, it would be you.
Mr. Chairman, I would sure think there's gotta be a way, and that.
Probably Wendy Madsen knows the answer.
I'm kind of thinking that the boss right behind me, she's.
Yeah, that'd be pretty nice to have on my walls at home.
Yeah.
This is, great job.
Well.
Great job. I'm gonna go, after we're done here, I'm gonna go down and look at that room. I've never really looked at it that closely.
Well, I appreciate it, Chairman Kinski. It's really turned out well, and I think people are pretty blown away. And of course, each one of those meeting rooms now has this great seal of the state of Wyoming, and the flags are up, and hopefully people will feel even more at home when they come to visit us. But Madam Co-Chairman?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Christy Racina, State Auditor. Becoming an expert in all things wayfinding was probably not in my 5-year plan. And I'm not there yet, but I'm working on it. To echo the thoughts of Senator Landon, this committee has done an immense amount of work. And just to demonstrate, this is a multi-branch committee which makes everything very hard, but it also makes the results, by and large, much of a consensus, which is why I think the product that we're now seeing is being very, very well received. So much thought and push and pull and balance went into some of those decisions. I would echo the thank you to a lot of our agency contributors to this project, and the expertise they have offered is unmatched. And one I would indicate in particular is the education department has made an immense contribution. So all of these plaques and panels and interpretive exhibits you're seeing in the, outside and then in the garden level, these are aligning with state standards. So this isn't necessarily just, what we thought was nice to say and what we thought would be interesting. These are all aligning with what we want students coming into the Capitol to be seeing and learning. One of the things I have learned throughout this project is implementing all of this signage and exhibits in a working building is interesting, because you have about 4,000 eyes on it to make sure if there's a letter that's a little bit crooked, that we know about it. So that's been very good. And my assurance to all of you is, as you walk around and see some of the cool things that are going up, if you see something a little bit off or a little bit crooked or something, no, we are not settling for any of that. All of that gets taken out in the end. Just, we are actively making the sausage in front of so many eyes right now, and starting to really see some great things, but there's always something, as you know. One of the other things I would note is some of the signage you'll see up right now, particularly the large, I call them mall directories. They look a little bit like a mall directory, and they have a lot of those are actually temporary. If you look at the materiality of those and say, gosh, I like this sign, but this doesn't quite seem up to snuff to be in the Capitol, rest assured that's actually a temporary placard as the tooled bronze is being made. And by and large, I think you'll notice with the signage, we've tried to match where it goes in the building. So over here on the Capitol side, that's where we've put a little more resources to make sure that signage aligns with the character of this building. And then as you move through the extension into the Hirschler, those are all going to be acrylic, which are more appropriate and a better use of funds there. And again, I would just really invite you to take a look at those public meeting rooms. One of the things we heard pretty early on is you all have to sit in those meeting rooms a lot, and they are they were pretty sterile and just very plain, and so
Kind of Motel 6.
yeah, a little bit Motel 6. So we wanted to upgrade those a little bit. So they all have the state seal in them now, and they all have flags, which doesn't seem like a huge deal, but it has been a huge deal in elevating those rooms and indicating the important work that's done there. And the river basins, which feature, and I think most of you know this, but it's geographical. So as you're looking down the corridor and you're going north, east, south, west, that's roughly where those river basins are placed. So if you need to go find, if you want to go take a look at your corner of the state, that's generally where you would go. What is not installed yet, however, in the auditorium, that's actually going to be where we feature all of Wyoming's wildlife in photography. And the photography really has been an amazing project. We got a huge amount of help from Game and Fish to make sure we had access to really great photos. Tried to use Wyoming photographs where we could. Really those photos are a pretty low cost way to add a huge amount of impact in those rooms for everyone, public, legislators, participants that go to those rooms. In the future, you obviously you can see we're working now. We wanted to make sure it was extra cold before we poured concrete this fall. So you'll see work continuing through the session. And then in 2025 is when we're going to see the civics lab. I think that most of you have been to the Judicial Learning Center over at the Supreme Court. The civics lab is sort of the executive branch version of that, and that will be coming in 2025. So, Mr. Co-Chair, Mr. Chairman, I'd probably stop there and be happy
about
to answer any
acoustics?
questions.
Boy, thanks for the words, Madam Co-Chairman, on the Capitol Auditorium. Can't wait. I'm really excited for all of you to see the work we've done there. And as the co-chairman mentioned, so much help from the Game and Fish. And, you know, the images that will be in there are, I think, going to blow some people away, all the way from ravens to bighorn sheep and great big, you know, pictures of elk and buffalo. And but it represents all the wildlife of Wyoming, which is pretty cool. So that's coming soon. I think that'll be really exciting to see that develop. The conference rooms are also kind of a nice little flair that I think hopefully everyone will enjoy. That's where we feature the state bird of Wyoming, the state animal, the state flower, and so that's what will adorn the walls in those meeting rooms in 52, 53, and 54. So that's a nice little feature down in the extension as well. This is a committee, Mr. Chairman, that has received the approval, the sign-off from the governor and from the management council to continue on as a capital governance body. There's much more work to do as we go along into the future, and so this committee will continue, and it will take on a little bit different task as the time concludes on the wayfinding and historical exhibit work that we've been doing. And I think that will be valuable as well, because let's be honest, this Capitol Square is shared by the executive branch and by the legislative branch, and it's important that we often come together and make decisions on its behalf. So
So a couple follow-ups. First of all, talk about your budget and how are we doing with the budget?
do you want to tackle that one, or do you?
Sure, Mr. Chairman, as of right now, and I'll go back a little bit, this committee has definitely been subject to some scope creep over the last couple of years. And normally that's a very bad thing, but I think in this scenario, it's demonstrated that the importance of a multi-branch body to work through these decisions. And one of the substantial additions to this committee's project or workload has been acoustics of this building. That was not something that was originally anticipated, but that is something that the legislature said, we want you to work on this as well, and here's more money for that. So currently, the entire project, all in, I believe, is about 5.9 million, which is funded. So we're in good shape with our funding.
And what's the status of the acoustics for this room and for the conference rooms down on the first floor?
Mr. Chairman, and I'm probably not the best person to speak to this. If we need to, I'll have Ms. Madsen come up and correct anything that I say. But essentially, the acoustics contractor right now is working to put together a scope of work that we can then look at costs and triage what we want to do. I don't think I need to tell any of you that this is one of the worst rooms acoustically, and the studies that they have done very much bear that out. So we're looking at highest need areas first, and then would go down from there. But in those decision makings, we would look to the legislature and management council to make sure we're in alignment with what they do and don't want to do as far as acoustics go. But again, this room is probably close to the worst, if not the worst, from noise-wise from the study.
I think it's certainly going to be a priority, Mr. Chairman. And so I think from an acoustic standpoint, some work has already been done. And I'm happy to say that we've been able to stretch our budget a little bit by utilizing major maintenance funding. So we have taken advantage of the consultants coming in to indicate some work that could be done, and we've been able to use some major maintenance money on things like, for example, behind you, the HVAC canisters that you can just simply go in there and put some insulation around them and quiet those down, for example. Rooms like this, it's absolutely fascinating what those consultants, those people that know what they're doing, what they can do to this room. They can put speakers and microphones where you can't even see them. And so there will come a day soon throughout the year of 25 that acoustic work will continue. It's so interesting to think that a little over 100 years ago, legislators were having the same conversation. They had finished their state capitol building, but suddenly they realized that they couldn't hear each other in there. So they brought in straw panels, to try to pad those against the wall. Well, we've got a little better technology nowadays, and so we're not putting straw panels on the drawing board, but we do have paneling that can be utilized in the chambers that will really deaden the sound and help us out. Work has already been done on these microphone systems, so I think that legislators will notice that when they get back down here in January. So, Mr. Chairman, I think we're on track. As the co-chairman mentioned, we will identify and prioritize when that time comes as they roll out what comes next, and pretty excited about that work.
So in terms of we have the auditorium to finish up, the civics lab, and then the interactive vault and a few other things. What's the overall schedule for completion of those projects?
We have the broadcast room, the media room. We're working on that, and we're going to finish that up as well. Also, the Capitol Gallery, which is something I could have mentioned a little bit earlier. That's another one of the big feathers in the bonnet in my mind. That area down at the end of the extension, I think, is an area that's going to be I don't know, what's the word I'm looking for? Maybe one of the really go-to spots in the Capitol. Rotating exhibits can be brought in from around the state. We've got some work to do in there, Mr. Chairman, in terms of lighting and resetting that area so that it can serve as a gallery. So that's part of the work that's left to be done as well.
And then in terms of just the fundamental operations of the original purpose of the Exhibit and Wayfinding Committee, what do you envision on those new projects, our deadlines?
Mr. Chairman, I believe that the end of 2025 is our desire to have all of that. That's accurate, right?
And then I think the Capitol Square group has now passing on some additional responsibilities, hopefully, to the wayfinding. What's that entail?
Mr. Chairman, a variety of things, I think, but essentially some of the operations of the building. And this committee has been, one of the things that SBC has grappled with, and that this committee has taken up but not acted upon, is things like display policies, that sort of thing. Talking about donations, how we deal with those things when they come in, if we accept them, how we accept them, that sort of thing.
Okay, questions for Wayfinding Committee folks? Please, Senator Grew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. First, thank you. You guys have done great work. It really is coming along. I've been here all fall and in and out, and it's been fun to watch come together. Question I have, on the Hirschler side, how's the wayfinding signage that you put in? How's that with all your jurors out there that are freely expressing themselves? What kind of feedback are you getting? Because I've got a little for you, but I want to hear what you're hearing, and then I'll go from there.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Grew, lots of positive feedback. And lots of, sort of as I referred to before, lots of eyes on the project, which is helpful to an extent. So the wayfinding on the Hirschler side is going really, by and large, is going really well. Like I said, a crooked letter goes up, everybody gets, 100 emails. So we're on it from that standpoint. Being a resident of that building, however, the number, and I've been in there for 6 years, the number of lost townsfolk that I run into and have to direct is stunning. So the need is there. One of the things that I think I have learned through this project is, of course, we need good signage. The other thing I have recognized, which is a hard truth, wayfinding can only fix so much. It's two extremely complicated buildings in their shape and their interior layout. And so that will always be a challenge, I think, to some extent.
Yeah, I guess the challenge I'm seeing for you all is, it seems that every office inside the building has a different orientation of how you enter it or exit it or what, and so there's no commonality, which I'm sure none was really asked for in the beginning, but now it's really difficult because accessing the auditor's office is different than accessing the treasurer or the secretaries or the superintendents. They seem to be all different. You go to the center stairwell for one, you seem like whenever I go up on an elevator, I get to a place and it opens the door, so no public entrance. So, yeah, it does get a little bit like, I think I have it. Every time I think I have it, I don't got it. And I know it stumped the chump for me, but I'm just trying to hear what you're hearing out there. And is there living with it now, it's all new, but do we think we're getting there with that?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Grew, you are preaching to the choir. Extremely difficult layout in Hirschler, and I can't speak so much to Hirschler West, and I think they maybe have a few less public visitors, but that is and will continue to be a thing where we always have people coming to the wrong doors, where we have 3 offices with access on one side and then 1 office with access on the other. It's a challenge. That's why we have a doorbell on that side on my floor, so that if you end up in the wrong place, you at least don't have to go down 4 floors, walk over and go back up. We're not gonna say, oh, I'm sorry, Senator, we're gonna need you to come to the other door.
Okay. Well, I just highlighted, group of us been running around just testing it out, and it's like, we're trying to figure it, but everything else is terrific, I think, and boy, the meeting rooms, you're right, it's just incredible how it's really elevated those rooms. The flags, the seal, then the photography in each one, it really has kind of made them come alive. So I think hats off to you all for the work you've done.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And looking at Senator Salazar and Senator Nethercott, we even found a really nice picture of Crowheart Butte.
Mr. Chairman, I really appreciate Senator Grew's thoughts, and I think the consultants joined in us in knowing that was very challenging, the Hirschfeld building. Even for those of us who've been down here for a while, we still get lost when we go over there, but hopefully we did better. So.
Okay, any further questions for the auditor or good Senator?
Mr. Chairman, may I have the privilege of the committee for a moment?
Sure.
Thank you for that. I just, this is my last opportunity to tip my hat to a couple of people. Representative Walters, I alluded to him earlier. I want to just say that I don't think you're going to be replaced in Natrona County. We're going to miss having you down here. Representative Stith and Representative Henderson, great friends and always will be, and we will miss you as well. Really appreciate all the hard work and the things you've done. Protective orders, we still got work to do, and now I've somehow got to find a way to do it by myself, Representative Stith, but I'll keep working on it. Senator Kinski, I wish you the best.
Pleasure's been all mine, Senator Landon, working with you. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you. And finally, Mr. Chairman, I'm on a little bit of a tight travel deadline this morning, so I won't be staying throughout the morning. I know that Mr. McComey will walk you through all of the work that the Select Committee on School Facilities did, and I would just say that that committee, maybe not unanimously, but we certainly support the work of the School Facilities Commission, and I really have appreciated our agency getting in there, really rolling up their sleeves and going to work on all of these Mercer studies and all the things that we needed to get done and get back on track with. So I'm very supportive of all that he will walk you through this morning, and wish I could stay. But thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Well, Merry Christmas.
Appreciate it, yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Next up, Don. I think we've got Dell on the horizon.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. And just to advise the committee, the State Construction Department has two pieces. Their first piece is in your book 27, which is primarily K-12 capital construction. And then the second piece is 227, which is primarily state capital construction.
Dell, welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. It's a pleasure to be here today and discuss the State Construction Department's supplemental budget request. I have with me here this morning Laura Anderson, she's our Operations Administrator, Suzanne Norton, our CM Administrator, and Shelby Carlson, the School Facilities Administrator. Mr. Chairman, a little bit about the department. I know you're wanting to keep this on track and keep it short, so I'll, believe it or not, I will.
I'll believe it when I see it.
Mr. Chairman, our agency has about 30 full-time positions and 4 AWAC positions. 3 of those AWAC positions were provided by this body last year to the department. They don't accrue with any funding. They're actually for project management in the future, and their funds will come out of the project themselves. The department has 3 divisions, as I mentioned a little bit earlier with the administrators, the Operations, Construction Management, and School Facilities. I won't take any time today to talk about each of the divisions, as the details of those are in our budget summary, but from a 50,000-foot level, Mr. Chairman, Operations handles the accounting, the budget, and the procurement for the department. Construction Management is all things state buildings with the community colleges and then the major maintenance. And School Facilities handles the K-12 schools, the planning, design, construction, and again, major maintenance for the school facilities. We're currently managing about 199 capital construction projects and about 4,450 major maintenance projects. Those are all active construction and major maintenance projects. And then we also have a number of planning studies underway. And then the budgeting, procurement, and billing, and all those data files that hold all that information for the work that's all run through our department's operations division that Laura and her group handle. The department has no operational, today we have no operational standard budget request for this year. The supplemental budget requests are for one-time projects, with the exception of the school major maintenance request. This request comes before the committee each year per Wyoming Statute 2115-109. major maintenance computation payments and reporting. Calculations for the major maintenance are generally driven by three items. That's ADM, your average daily student count, your square footage of your building, and then what we refer to as CRV, your cost replacement value of the buildings. Project requests for the Construction Management Division have all been reviewed and approved by the SBC. The project requests for the state, for the School Facilities Division have all been reviewed and approved by the School Facilities Commission and the Select Committee on School Facilities. And then the governor's recommendation mirrors that of the Select Committee bill that we'll be talking about this morning. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer any questions the committee has. And if there are none, however you'd like to start, I'm assuming with the school side.
Please, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to turn over our presentation on the budget request to Administrator Carlson, and she'll run down through the budget request on the school side. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And of note, I mentioned earlier the governor's request and the school select committee's bill both align. There isn't any changes in those. They're the same, so.
Welcome. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Shelby Carlson, School Facilities Division Administrator. Thank you. I'm glad to be here this morning. By statute, the School Facilities Commission is required to come and put in a budget annually as of September 1st. That budget is generally based on an annual review that the department does, looking at school buildings and facilities for condition, capacity, as well as adequacy. As you're aware, we do have a number
Mr.
of...
Chairman, I'm sorry, could you give me a page on the budget? Just so
we will begin on page 17.
Of 227 or 027?
027.
All right, thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
No problem. Mr. Chairman, so as you're aware, the agency and a number of consultants are ongoing with most cost-effective remedy studies. We have completed a few of those, and I will touch on one today in the budget request. And then when we finish our review of the budget, I would like to update the committee on another most cost-effective remedy that has been studied and completed that will impact a 2024 appropriation. So we will begin on page 17. Priority number 3 is our construction request. This is one that is impacted by the completion of the Campbell County High School most cost-effective remedy study. That study was approved by the board on December 5th, and it was approved by our commission and adopted on December 10th. So you'll see our total budget request for construction is $174,203,332. We'll make an adjustment to that down. That cost value now that we are requesting is $158,101,204. That Mercer came in with a reduction in the cost of construction for that project of $16,102,128. So that is what that reduction is. And so the cost for Campbell County High School, right, $144.5 million. And then the other one there, the transportation facility.
Just go in, because you guys have made an estimate, and the Mercer come back with the reduced, was it in labor, was it in materials, was it kind of all of the above, or do you just kind of tell us where that, and then would we expect over the course of the next couple of years to see that climb back up on an inflation value to creep back up closer to this 174, or just kind of give us your thoughts there, Shelby, please?
Mr. Chairman, the big change was the footprint of that building. So it's about 24,000 square feet smaller than what was originally proposed in Arrett's Mercer study. That's the big change in it. There are some other minor tweaks, but most of it is the size of the facility.
Mr. Chairman, also in regard to the inflation, this number that we have in the budget has 2 years of inflation at 4.6% built into that. So we don't expect anything in the future on inflation.
And then the other building there is the Campbell County Transportation Facility, 13.5 million, and that is based on a previous Mercer study that was performed by the department. So again, that request, 158,101,204. Unless there's any questions, I will move on to our next request.
Provide us a little background about the need for a new high school in Gillette, their population projections for school students, and so how, in other words, how do we get here today?
Mr. Chairman, so that is an old building. I know that the committee toured it last year or 2 years ago, and, you know, there are a lot of condition issues with that building. They're having a lot of trouble with sanitary sewer, you know, a lot of the systems in that building. As you're aware, with all of the additions, there come issues. There's a lot of excess square footage in that building that has to be maintained, that is eaten up in wide hallways, a lot of wraparound hallways, you know, stairwells, those types of things. What we're seeing really statewide, we're seeing it also in Campbell County. We certainly all hope that turns around, but we are seeing a decrease in enrollment across the state. We do have a few districts, like 10, that have made it back to their pre-COVID numbers, but very few, and we're still seeing decline. Now, that could change, but we have sized that building to hold less students, but it's going to hit their 5-year high. In addition, when we looked at this building, we added some additional square footage in collaboration with the district, and we added square footage to all of the common areas to accommodate an additional 200 students. So that would be like your gymnasium, your cafeteria, your auditorium. We have put some extra square footage into that. Further, we will require that within the design, that a lot of those common use areas that the public accesses and that are more impacted by increases in enrollment are put on the exterior side of the building so that they can be added onto more easily. A lot of the old buildings have those in the middle. So, you know, we have added extra space for CTE as we are looking to move into reviewing what we're using for CTE. So we've added some square footage there as well. And then they house their central kitchen.
In the Mercer study, the reduction of 24,000 square feet, what did it cut out?
Most of that is your, okay, so if we look at 24,000, that is between the previous Mercer and this Mercer. Okay. And I think it's just in the spaces and probably enrollment that was looked at. You're losing about 100,000 square feet in excess square footage that just wasn't going to be rebuilt in either option.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Ms. Carlson, thank you for that last little bit of information. I have a few more detailed questions about that. I think I heard you say that this is going to be 100,000 square feet less than we have in the current school. Is that what it was, or was it just 100,000 square feet of unused space?
Mr. Chairman, this building is about 191,000 square feet, and I believe that existing building is near 300,000 square feet.
Follow up?
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I heard you say that this is developed in a way that we can add on to it in the future should we have more growth by putting larger common areas. Is that, if that's accurate, I'm just going to go on with the question, and that is that the current school has gone through that, and it's created a lot of problems with, as you mentioned, wraparound hallways and things like that. Is part of the planning, you know, planning for this future growth to where this current building will be built in such a way that future growth add-on buildings are going to be, you know, they're going to mesh well with what we're building right now. And I do have a question about the current condition of the school that we have. You mentioned the sewer stuff, but when we visited the school 2 years ago, there was a main sewer going down the main hallway. And I'm just curious if that's been repaired since that visit 2 years ago. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I am aware they have been working on that sanitary sewer going down that hallway. I don't know, a better question for the district just on where they're at, but I do know they have been working on it. The director and I visited the school in March, and they were getting ready to do work and showed us some of the work they had already completed, so.
Follow up? Similar.
Representative Bear's questions prompted some questions, Shelby, for me. So on the existing building, was it originally designed to add on, or did we end up in the hodgepodge add-on construction, which we historically have found to be the case? And the new building is designed for the add-on to address the issues that he rightfully questions. So just help me understand those two, please.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would say that if you went and looked at how those additions were put onto that facility, they were in a hodgepodge manner. Now, when we look at the Mercer, we're looking at a very global level. So the site that has been selected, we ensured that it would allow for the expansion of the school. As we move into the design contract, then that is where we'll put the requirement that it is laid out in such a fashion that it can be added on to more easily.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Carlson, could you explain of this estimate for the replacement of the school, how much of this is demolition?
Mr. Chairman, the demolition is actually in another priority request that I'll go through. We have $6.3 million in there for the demolition of that old facility. That does not address the asbestos abatement, and I'll discuss that further when we get to that request.
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ken Pendergraft, House District 29. I realize I'm the new guy here and I don't understand tradition or how things have gone, but given that the governor states in his opening letter that emphatically this is for emergencies and unforeseen circumstances, can you help me to understand the timing of this request?
Mr. Chairman, again, as we look at statute 2115-119, there is a requirement for the School Facilities Commission to bring projects in annually. Again, we have situations that occur and those buildings are changing yearly. The funding for the design was appropriated last year. And so as soon, we're at the point now that Mercer has been accepted, that we can move forward. And so we would certainly want to be bringing the construction as soon after that design is completed so that we can move forward without enduring another year of inflation on this building. And when we figured the inflation, we're looking at about $6.1 million a year on inflation on that building. So we don't want to delay.
I think that, Representative Pendergraft, the answer to that is that we treat capital construction differently than the general biennial budget. And that's why you see a capital budget both on the state side and the school side every year. And because it's just, otherwise we'd never keep up with the number of schools and the projects. As you heard earlier, we've got 199 projects going on, plus on the major maintenance side, 450 projects, with all the buildings that we have in order to maintain. Statutorily, the legislature have recognized that we need to do this about every year. And it's obviously it's a matter of funds available as well, because there at certain times during our history, there's been hiatuses where we simply didn't have any money for new construction, and that happened for like 10 or 15 years through the late 80s, early 90s. And so what we've learned is if we keep up with it, then we don't get behind, in essence, so. Okay. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That does make a tremendous amount of sense. What still doesn't make sense to me, and maybe you can help me out, is why is this not a separate bill instead of coming in the supplemental budget? Thanks.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I'll try and help address that. Why is it, the Select Committee on School Facilities does have a separate bill. And what has historically happened is they pass that bill on to the Joint Appropriations Committee, and the Joint Appropriation Committee takes those recommendations and has, for the last 10 or 12 or 15 years, included that bill in the main budget bill. The governor is required to present the recommendations. Again, this was, the governor's recommendations and the committee's recommendations are identical in this situation. And how the the legislature in the 25 session chooses to bring the bill forward will be up to that legislature and yourself, actually. But in terms of presentation, schools are included in 027's budget, state construction's budget. It's statutorily required to be presented on an annual basis. It's not a biannual budget for the construction side of schools. And so this is how it's always been presented, and then how the legislature moves it forward in terms of the next step is the legislature's prerogative, is how I would answer that. I don't know if I'm getting to the question you were asking, but that's, it's a presentation function at this point, I would say.
Kevin?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Kevin Hibbert, Director of the State Budget Department. The school facilities is considered normal operations of government and belong in the budget, whether it's a normal budget or supplemental. CapCon historically has been a standalone bill for the state portion.
Go ahead.
So that was going to be my comment, Representative Pendergraft, the schools are considered that. And historically, we've seen state capital construction in the budget as well, but have pulled that out in recent years and as a standalone bill. So last year, we put it back in, but we generally try to do the state side outside of that, and that's kind of been a function of the committee.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Carlson, this is a pretty big ask, and I'm looking at the long-term profile, and maybe some of this question will be for Mr. Richards, who creates that long-term profile, but in 4 years' time from now, we're looking at a school foundation deficit around $260 million. And if that's the case, that's, as the chairman said, funding has sometimes stopped construction. So my question to you is, how long will this construction take? I assume we need to appropriate the funds up front so we know that we're going to complete the project. And once you can tell me how long it's going to take, how much would you generally be paying contractors each individual year? Just roughly, is it 1/5 if it's a 5-year thing? Are you paying as you go from those funds that we've appropriated at the beginning? Just kind of describe how that works for me, please. Thank you. And if Mr. Richards needs to explain, I'd like to know if that forecast includes this expenditure. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, with regards to your first question, we will have the design in action here relatively quickly. Probably a year to design. We'll be looking to be out on the street with the construction ask next spring to ideally hit the contracting industry at the right time to get a good bid and be able to start our construction at the beginning of the construction season. And so we would anticipate then potentially 2 years to finish that and be able to open it in the fall of '28. And so we have built-in inflation for that. With regards to the forecasting, I would defer to Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Baer, our long-term forecast does incorporate both the Craig estimates of revenue as well as the governor's recommendations, including this particular facility. In addition, we look at K-12 a little bit differently based upon historic expenditures. And unlike the state side, we have included a estimate of an additional $165 million for each subsequent biennium for purposes of additional capital construction, which has not yet been requested. So about $330 million on top of the request that will be discussed today.
Mr. Chairman?
Just 1 second, we have a follow-up.
Follow-up from Mr. Carlson, then thank you for that information, both of you. This first part, this first year is the design phase, and do you have an estimate of what that portion is going to cost?
Mr. Chairman, we have, the appropriation from last year was $7.6 million, and it'll probably take every bit of that. Generally, we roll soft costs into our design as well. That $7.6 million is short to fund all of that, but most of those soft costs are related to the construction work. So like materials testing, owner's representative, commissioning, those are all construction portions. So that funding will come with this ask. I think it's also important to remember, Mr. Chairman, that we have to have all the funds in hand before we can award a contract.
Please, Representative
Thank
Moore.
you, Mr. Chairman. Back to the profile question. The profile is profiled at the 174 million, not the 158. That was the $16 million reduction would go back to the positive side of the profile.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, you're exactly correct. Actually, I just wrote down that number, so I'm just hearing this reduction real time, so it has not been incorporated.
Please.
And so Dale or Shelby, or, and then just in the process, once the contract's awarded, of course, there'll be monthly pay requests. You do monthly meetings or pay requests. General contractors, MAR will be paying all of the subs. There's a portion that's held for retention. On substantial completion of that sub's work, he can get his retention. At the end of the project, which we're anticipating will be 2 years? 2 years, there will still be a retention as we get through, but historically, at the end of 2 years, that retention would probably be released, and in sum total, the project paid for within a matter of months, half a year, maybe 6 months.
Mr. Chairman, I think this is probably unique to schools just because we have so much work going on. We actually provide to the Select Committee on Schools kind of a payout for all these projects, and they're looking as much as 7 years out in the future for projects. So as things are coming online, going out, so we have kind of a graph situation that we provide. As we get those monthly, Representative Larson, as we get those monthly payouts that come through, on the front end, you get some, because of mobilization and stuff, there's a little bit higher payout. Then as things kind of start to work through, it's usually on a more consistent basis towards the end. You're wrapping up a lot of the projects, so you're heavy paying probably in the first 3 quarters of that 2 years. And then after that, the things slow down because they're doing the testing and those sort of things for the building itself before the students come on board.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, this particular project had a few Mercers coming in previous years. I'd like to hear just a little bit about the history of those Mercers. It's my understanding that this is the first Mercer that's called for a replacement of this particular facility. So, since I brought up the issue of long-term forecasting, and we've heard that, there's an anticipation of continued about $160 million in each budget to do that. What other Mercers are there out there that are going to be calling for replacements of high schools or large buildings like this that are going to incur such a big cost that we might need to anticipate for that long-term forecast?
Mr. Chairman, first question, on this particular project or school, there was 3 previous Mercers done.
And the last one was in February of last year. The two first Mercers indicated probably a remodel of the schools. The latest one that was done by the district and presented to the department in dated February of last year indicated a replacement. It really boiled down, and in fact, in the Mercers that were conducted by the department, the latest one that was accepted by the district and the commission, we actually looked at remodels also. Part of that was due to the timing of that. It could take anywhere from 5 to maybe even 7 years. They looked at the displacement of students and carrying on the activities within the building itself and having to, basically shore those off for dust and things like that. The additional costs that would go with janitorial and then you'd have to move in a bunch of modulars. Where would you put those, set those up? And those are really kind of one-time sunken costs. It was tens of millions of dollars for those modulars. At one point, then you just take them out and move them off somewhere else, and they really didn't contribute to the building itself. So at the end of the day, the last one that was presented by the district and then this one came out with a replacement building. In regard to future looks, right now we've got, I think it's 23 Mercers that are ongoing, including this one. Those Mercers are for projects from funding from 2023, the 95 million there was 100 million, 5 million for the Mercer studies, 95 million for projects that the department was looking at that point in time. Then in 2024, there's a number of projects there, and they're actually listed in the bill that may be talked about later today. The way the bill is structured, you'll see in black in there, you'll see the projects from 2024, and then in red would be the new asks in the select committee's bill. So there's Mercers ongoing with those. So for example, in Rock Springs, there was 150 allocated for their new high school last year. That Mercer is underway right now. We hope to have it completed. I'm hoping by January, by the time the legislature meets, we'll have where that's at. But there's a number of those projects that are ongoing. We have 5 more Mercers, I believe, 4 or 5 more Mercers that we're looking at for this coming year on top of those 23. But we want to get these first ones out since there's funding appropriated towards those projects. I don't anticipate at this point in time any big projects like high schools, those sort of things coming forward. I think with a Mercer that's ongoing with the Jackson High School right now, with the Rock Springs and the Campbell, I think that takes care of those big schools. I believe in the last couple of years, there was anticipation of another large high school in this district here in Laramie. The Mercer that was completed here indicated that there is not a need for a new high school any time in the near future. You don't know what's going on with population trends across the state, but in the near future, and when I use that, maybe in the next 10 plus years, nothing's on the radar for that. So I think it'll really depend on the facility condition assessments, whether the remodels, whether we can use major maintenance or component projects would be the first look at things coming up in the future. And I think that's really the beauty of the new system that we're using for FCI scores, where we can look ahead and forecast in the future as far as 20 years out what condition of buildings look like. And as we do major maintenance work, we now have the ability to do real-time adjustments to those FCI scores when the districts actually do work on a building.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director McComey, you just said that you don't anticipate any high schools after this, and I just want to wrap my mind around that. When did you anticipate this was going to need to be replaced, this particular one? Based on the previous Mercers that were done on this, when did it come to your mind that this was going to need to be a replacement?
This being the Campbell?
The Campbell project, yes, sir.
Actually, interestingly enough, the Campbell High School was on the radar
back when I was previously director. And so we were actually, we being the commission, actually went out and toured that high school back, and I believe it was like 2018, is that far back. And it was on the radar from the previous Mercer, which I believe was 2016, as one of the higher ranked schools in the state that was going to be looked at for needs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So about 6 years ago, this kind of hit your radar, and right now you're not seeing anything further out. I just would like to know, how about Rock Springs High School? When did that hit your radar? And now it's already in the pipeline ahead of this project. Was it more recently? How long ago did the Rock Springs High School hit your radar?
Mr. Chairman, again, previously as director, so I'm going to say 17 timeframe maybe. There was actually some work done where the new high school in Rock Springs is going to be placed with a partial building built there. And I wouldn't say that the Rock Springs is ahead of this school. It received design and construction funding last year. This one received the design money, so they were both on a parallel path at that point in time.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I will now move to page 20 in your budget book. And this request is for inflationary funds. So in 2023 session, there was appropriated $20,337,956 to supplement previous appropriations. Of course, we were seeing a lot of inflation at that time. As I mentioned earlier, we have to have the funds in hand, and some concerns that we would not have enough money to go ahead and award some of those projects and to cover the extra costs that we were seeing. At that point in time, the department identified 25 projects total to tap into that bucket of inflationary funding. So far, 6 of those have used funding out of that appropriation, totaling to $6,941,942. 13 projects that went out to bid did not need to tap into those inflationary projects, inflationary funds. We still have 6 projects on that list that yet have to be bid, and so potentially they could need to use some of those inflationary funds.
I don't know how many caught that, but that's pretty amazing that 13 of those did not need anything. That gives us a pretty good idea of how accurate your estimates were on those, and hats off. That's pretty dang impressive.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Larson. So remaining in that fund right now is $13.4 million. What we're requesting is language to allow that remaining funding to be utilized on projects in the 25-26 biennium rather than to revert. We are seeing inflation drop. We're down at about 4.6% right now, but the market is still very volatile, still seeing issues with supply chain, certainly workforce, and then often it's just individual components. As an example, HVAC is coming in extremely high right now. One of those component projects that we did use the inflationary fund on was estimated at about $3.2 million. First estimate on that, first bid on that job came in at $9 million. So we went back to the drawing board, we redesigned, we cut a lot of work out of that project, went out, rebid it, it still came in at 6. I'm the 13.9, 13,396,014. Yes, and so, you know, we ended up using every pot of money we had there. We used inflationary, we used unanticipated, and the district had to actually go ahead and throw in major maintenance to top that project off. So, you know, it's certain components that we are seeing. Electrical components see an amazing lead time on those from the time that you order them. Might be over 400 days before we get those materials in hand, which just drives up the cost then. And then there's some concern with change in administration that we might see some of those pre-COVID tariffs come back that we were were hitting us for additional costs previously. So if we just look at the big projects that we have in the mill right now, we've got $150 million for Rock Springs High School. We've got this $145 million for Campbell County High School. We've got $85 million for the 2 Laramie 1 elementary schools, puts us at $380 million. The inflation on that at 4.6% is over $17 million. So really, this $13.4 million is, a reasonable amount, we feel, and we feel that we should have it available so we can move forward with those projects when it comes time to let them and award them.
And Mr. Chairman, again, this isn't an addition to the budget, it's simply funds that would revert when all these other projects are done. So rather than, my thought in this ask was rather than ask for some inflationary funds, is just take advantage of the funds that have already been appropriated, so.
Okay. Mr. Sig?
Mr. Chairman, the next item I'm going to talk about is on page 22. This is unanticipated funds. We have historically always asked for unanticipated funds to address unforeseen expenses. We know anytime we get into construction, we often run into unforeseen items. This is usually 6%. This allows our commission flexibility, and so that we are able to go ahead and award projects or supplement projects if we need to, due to unforeseen items. Any delay in awarding a project obviously costs us more money. So for this particular ask, it was $12,677,556. This is reducing because of the reduction of the cost on Campbell County High School. This is applied to the construction ask, the component projects, as well as the demolition. So the new value is $11,711,428, which is a reduction of $966,000 approximately.
So it's just essentially a percentage.
It's essentially a percentage, 6% of the value of those requests.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for simplicity's sakes, if we go back to page 15 and applied 6% to the component projects, construction projects, and demolition projects, priorities 2, 3, and 4, with your updated numbers, that's where the 11.7 million would come in, if I'm not
That's
mistaken.
correct. That's correct. Right?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm curious, in the demolition, it said that asbestos abatement was not included in that. Is there some sort of an appropriation or a window put in this 11 million to perhaps cover that, or would that just be a total over the top?
Mr. Chairman, our intention when we get to Campbell County High School, we want to, within the design phase, we will go in and we will test that, we will investigate that building, and we will be able to come back and make a future ask with a good value. It's really hard to know. Exactly. It's just really hard to make a good request. We prefer to get the information and come before the committee and the legislature next year with a request we feel very comfortable with after that testing's done.
Senator Driscoll, you had a question? Logan?
Mr. Chairman, probably a little off the side, but on the demolition, is there anywhere in statute that we're obligated to do demo on these schools, that the districts own the land and what they're actually doing is we give millions of dollars, demo it, and then they sell the land for add-ons later? And I personally have really a heartburn with us tearing those down, and then you're left with a vacant lot that the district turns around and sells and uses for something else. Is there anything that stops us from making them apply the value of that land back to the demo cost? Because it's their school and it's their land. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, demolition certainly is discussed in statute. When a district decides to dispose of a building, they may look at demolition, they may look at selling that building. There was previous legislative language that required, once that parcel was then sold, that those funds would come back to help counterbalance some of that demolition. It's my understanding that that legislation is no longer in place, and so that once the district is demolished, the land brought back to good condition, they can sell that piece of property. It should be noted that the requirements in statute, though, of that funding is that it does have to go back into an account, and it has to be used towards buildings and facilities by the district in the future. It can't be used for anything else. It does have to go to facilities.
Mr. Chairman, follow up? Go ahead. Can they use it for anything, or is it just for construction of a building, or do they get to use it to build swimming pools and enhancements?
Well, I don't know.
Mr. Chairman, I guess we'd have to ask our counsel on that. I've never run across them wanting to use that for additional. Typically, one of the requirements also is it needs to come to the commission for approval. And so when it comes back in, typically the language that's been used in there is for the maintenance of school buildings, for the maintenance of. So I don't know, I've never run across them building a new building or an enhancement in the past.
So Matt, do you have any insights to this question?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Matt Wilmarth, Senior School Finance Analyst with LSO. There is also a timing provision on when the asset was acquired. And recall the July 1st, 1997 date is a key date in school finance when the state took over responsibility of K-12 capital construction and operations funding in total. Tanya is looking at the disposal and proceeds of those, but I do believe there is a timing in the statute in terms of when the district acquired that asset, if it was prior to July 1st, 1997, and after July 1st, 1997. And so we're just looking for that statute.
Mr. Chairman, while we're on this topic, just out of curiosity, Mr. Wilmarth, so Sweetwater County School District Number 1 just demolished its Lincoln School, and it's about an 11-acre tract. That demolition is complete. That property was acquired a very long time ago, 1920s probably. So if they sell that 11-acre parcel, that money comes to the school district, and they can use it to build a swimming pool for the new high school, which I think is a great result. I just wanted to make sure that that's the law.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Seth, again, I'm going to wait till Tandy can find our exact statutory citation there. Again, I believe there is a timing on that, and I don't want to get out ahead of that.
Thank you. So Director McComey, on this conversation of demolition, would you just confirm a little bit of the history? But it seems to me that we used to just incorporate demolition as part of the construction process, but demolition and the cost of demolition have become quite complex, and it seems to me that you've kind of changed even statutorily to where now we're looking at demolition as a separate project to the construction, and putting those bids out separately to take into consideration all the other mitigations such as asbestos or other hazardous materials, lead paints, and all of those sorts of things. But And we've done that because historically, the state's not been good at taking care of demolition. We have buildings laying around, we're trying to get caught up on that, but am I right in that, and maybe just a little light on that matter?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. And in fact, within our budget requests every year on the school side, you'll see demo broke out separate from the other projects. So we're letting those separately. And as Administrator Carlson mentioned, within the design function that we have when we go through and estimate all of our costs, we actually have a section under design for asbestos. So there have been cases in the past where we've gone in and just use a standard percentage, but certainly on a huge school like this, I didn't want to come in and, because it was big bucks, without having a better idea what we actually need on those buildings. And so the other thing that impacts those costs are where landfills are at within the state. Do we got to haul this material out of state? Tipping fees, those sort of things vary around the state. So I feel more comfortable than just using a percentage to have the designers go through, work that up, know where that material is going to be hauled, so when we come back, we do have a better cost.
And you do that on the school side and on the state side as well, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Tanya Heidrich, Operations Administrator. There are two statutes on the disposal, or two provisions within the same statute. I think they're sprinkled throughout Chapter 15 as well, but 2115-123F, paragraph 6 and 8. And in both instances, the State Construction Department is required to consider those revenues and the disposal of the facility in the school facility planning purpose. And in the event that they determine that it's adversely impacts the cost effectiveness of the district facility plan, the revenues resulting from land disposition shall be considered by the commission in any future building or facility remedy that the district and the commission may direct the department to count those revenues as well. So there are two separate provisions about demolition, and they are taken into consideration by the commission in future buildings. And I do believe they have rules and regulations on that, and perhaps Director Carlson could speak to that.
Mr. Chairman, I'd have to go review our rules. I apologize.
And then how does that tie in with the 1997 code? Because there are certain amounts of assets that were considered pre-97.
So, Mr. Chairman, under 2113-310, the sale or proceeds of assets pre-97, July 1st, 1997, count as a local revenue, and revenues from the sale of assets after July 1st, 1997, count as a local revenue. Before they don't, after they do. And so if this provision where the commission and the department directed the Department of Education says, hey, these shall be considered as part of the calculation of local revenues under 2113-310, then that's where the determination of whether it was acquired July 1st of 1997 or not. That's to me, that's my interpretation of whether or not it should be considered as a local revenue or not.
Okay. Any further questions? That's a very simple question. All right, please proceed.
All right. Mr. Chairman, so we're going to move on to page 24. I think I need to thank the committee for pretty well covering this request, which is demolition. So our request here for demolition is for the Campbell County High School. Again, it does not include the asbestos abatement value, as well as the Campbell County Transportation Facility. Our request is $7,256,548.
And Mr. Chairman, if I'd point out on the transportation facility, that does include hazardous materials removal. We've taken a look at that and worked with the district on that and we're comfortable with that estimate. So the ask in the future is just for the high school.
Thank you for your forbearance. I'm having a hard time, I have a background in construction, and I'm having a real hard time looking at this $6-7 million figure when I contrast it to a project in my home county of Sheridan County, and we have there a building, the former Acme power plant. And this thing had all kinds of asbestos, it had EPA issues, it had all kinds of things that had to be carried away. They actually had to improve the roads to be able to get in there with some of the equipment today. They've been at this for several years now, and they haven't, they're right at $2 million in expenditures. It's unclear how much of that building will actually be removed because there are plans to do other things. And I recognize that there are extensive landfill costs in hauling away debris, especially if you have to go out of there. But I'm still having a real tough time going between 2 to 3 million to 7 million for this building. And if you could help me out with that, I'd sure appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, so we typically look at demolition as a percentage of cost. Again, this is an extremely large facility, 300,000 square feet, so a lot of material there. The other thing I would say is we looked back at the previous Mercers provided by the district, and that is where this actual value came from, was that Arette Mercer. Our consultant on our Mercer looked at that as well. They gave us 6.5 million, and we've looked at that and feel that that is a pretty good value. So we have that value kind of supported in a number of different ways. Obviously, if it comes in lower than that, then it comes in lower, we finish the project, and those funds would revert back.
Director McComey, I think Representative Pendergraft's point is well taken, and I think that goes back to the comment we talked about as you separated demolition out, because all demolition has not been created equal. And to his point, you recently had the project, the Tonkin project, which we anticipated being $3 million, which then come in at around $1 million, depending on the contractor and how in close proximity. But then we go 20 miles away and we look at the demolition cost that was associated with the Life Resource Center, and they were about 200% higher than what we had anticipated. And so to base our understanding on a particular project in a particular town may be problematic, just trying to, and I believe that's why you've pulled those out and are doing those individually rather than incorporating them in the construction. Is that fair to say?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. I think who you have as the contractor in Wyoming can make a big difference. We have a contractor, we have some contractors that do demo, and they come in and they just basically knock down the building and haul everything off. The contractor that's doing the Tonka Center right now recycles that entire building. He's pulling out every stick of rebar, every piece of steel, crushing down the concrete and using that for road base, selling that within the community, and he's much cheaper. So it really, as you mentioned, is area specific in some cases and certainly contractor specific. And again, as Administrator Carlson mentioned, the bid will be what the bid will be, and if it comes in at 2 million versus 6, we'll pay 2.
All right, Mr. Chairman.
Sorry. Just a quick follow-up. As a contractor, I liked to work basically the cost plus, we called it. and you would just bill progressively whatever your costs were plus 10% and your labor expenses. And a lot of people would look at that and say, well, I don't know if that's the right thing. I really want to bid. Well, through the bid process, I have to look at that and say, what if I have to bid for the worst case scenario? And virtually every time, if I bid a project and go do it, it's going to be more expensive. Now, we do have requirements for bid, I understand that. But my question comes to this. If I bid it at, just say, 10 million, and I'm able to finish it at 7.5 million, my usual purpose is to bill for 9 million. The people that contracted say, hey, it came in $1 million under budget, we're good. We didn't have to go into our reserves, we didn't have to dig out extra money. I'm happy because I made more than I expected to. And yet, in this case, the taxpayer would take the hit. So the question is, if this demo were to actually cost less, how would we know? And is there something within the contract to ensure that any excess bidding would be returned to the people? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, typically, no. There isn't anything in the contract that says if you, the contractor, are more efficient and came in under within that bid, the bid is what the bid is. And so I'm not familiar with that contracting on the state side. Again, if the bid comes in under the amount that we have in the budget, the bid will expect the contractor to do the work for that amount, and then those remaining funds would be reverted just like we do on our construction projects or any other project.
And Director McComey, your years on YDOT and here, the challenges with cost plus then is controlling what the contractor's costs are, because there's a propensity for the contractor to add more into what he feels his costs are warranted and then get the plus on top of that. So there's a challenge with doing a pure bid, and there's a challenge with doing a cost plus, that those who've been around understand both of those. And so you guys kind of navigate that depending on the project, is that correct?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Chairman. Next, we are going to talk about component projects, page 27 of your book. The purpose of component projects are really to supplement major maintenance funding in the districts. We have a process that we use. Certainly, this is it's changing as we move forward, looking to get back to kind of our old method where we can get the task force back together and get some school district input on this. But as we've responded to the new assessment, this is how we identified our projects this year. The first two on this particular list were phased projects, so we funded a portion of that phasing in previous component requests. And then the third one is actually a latent defect, and we're getting some flooding into that new elementary school. So then when we look at items 4 and on, we have used a process by using the data from the recent facility condition assessment. We have looked at the number of deficiencies in any district for 3 years that they have coming up. So maintenance type of deficiencies on systems within that building. And then we have looked at the amount of major maintenance they have in their reserves, as well as the amount of funding that they will get for the next 2 years to hit that same 3-year level. And then we divide those two numbers to see who has the highest needs. And we looked at doing this a number of different ways. We looked at all buildings within a district. We then looked at just educational buildings within the districts. We looked at all components. Where we finally landed was looking at educational facilities only, and looking at those components that we felt if they had a catastrophic fail, if they failed, you would close that school. You know, if the roof failed, if the heating went out, if a boiler went out and they couldn't heat that school, those types of things. So those were the components that we considered when we rolled that up into the 3 years of deficiencies. Identified those with the highest need, which will be the districts that you see in our list. We then went to each of those districts and collaborated with them. We said, here's the needs that we're seeing, the top 5 projects. Help us identify which one is of highest need to you. In most cases, they picked one off that list. We had one particular district that went outside of that list because they felt that they had a health and safety issue with a particular system in their school that was of a higher priority to them, that was relatively expensive. So we pulled that one in. So that's how we have identified this. We went through that process. We then collaborated with the districts. And so we always try to keep this request around $30 million. And so when we laid out our projects, we asked for funding for the top 15 on this list. That amount of funding is $29,832,716. But we have put 17 projects on the list. And what we have historically done, they've allowed us the flexibility. We work it in priority order. And as if there's remaining savings off a previous project, we just keep rolling that down. And often we can get to that one of those lower projects. And again, I talked about the HVAC system before that came in so high. We're often looking at these, and the district may be throwing in some major maintenance in that to help balance that. So we might, you know, have enough money maybe to roll to 15, but we might not be able to fund it maybe at 100%, but we might be able to hit 80%, and the district might say, we're willing to put in that 20%, and we go ahead and move that project forward. So our request is for those first 15. We keep the other 2 on in hopes that we can roll the funding to those and just better leverage that funding that we get. This component project process is really focused on asset preservation. All of these projects have to meet the major maintenance requirements, meaning it's a repair or replacement of an existing system in that school. And so our request for our component projects, $29,832,716.
Thank you. I'm looking at the list of requests, and my question comes down to how these are prioritized. I'm wondering if there is a first come, first serve measure that's put into that, because I look at, for example, item number 6. We have a dust collector for the high school, and if that fails and they have to shut down the shop, then a couple of CTE courses are affected, but everything else can progress. And then the very last one, number 17, is a roof for a grade school. If that roof fails, they might lose the entire school. And so if you could help me with how these are prioritized, and that would be great. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, that dust collector with Sheridan 2 was the request that they felt was a health and safety issue that they needed to address quickly and get it taken care of so they could continue that portions of their educational programs. And it is a relative expensive project, sitting there at about $1.5 million. So that is the one that we worked with the district on and helped them prioritize their higher need, which we felt health and safety warranted going ahead and putting them in there. And in priority order, you know, Sheridan 2 was up there pretty high. The other thing I might ought to mention on some of these, you know, when we started looking at component projects originally, and they were called, I think, minor cap projects for a while, but we go into some of these small districts and they maybe get, 250 or 300,000 a year for their major maintenance, and they come in and have to put in a roof, just for ease, $3 million. They've got to save 10 years worth of their major maintenance to do that and do nothing else on those schools. And so this funding pot really does help try to tackle some of those large cost items for the smaller districts, and even you'll see some larger districts that are in there too. They have more infrastructure to keep up. They have a lot more buildings, but they do have a little more flexibility with their funding because they get a lot more than a small district does. Right, Mr. Chairman, if there's no more requests on component projects, we will move to page 30 in your budget book. And this is our major maintenance request. This is a true-up. We are always working on year-old data, so when we make our biennial request, we were using the 22 data. Of course, now we have 23 data, so we go in and rerun that formula for major maintenance, looking at the current replacement value, potential changes in authorized square footage. We look at updated average daily membership, run through that formula, and our result this year was that we will be about 2,887,621 short of what we had estimated for both years initially. And so that is our request, and this is an ongoing exception request. We always go in and look at major maintenance every year and see where we'll be at. Some years we may not make a request if things haven't changed to warrant that, so. Mr. Chairman, I believe that finishes our walkthrough of the budget. I would like to provide an update on a recently completed Mercer, if that would be okay. Okay. So we performed a completed Mercer for the Lincoln County School District No. 1 Transportation Facility. As we worked through that project, the decision was that really they just needed a lot of components in that facility addressed as opposed to a replacement. I think when the 2024 session, when the request was made, they were made based on worst-case scenario. So that request, with the 6% included, was $11,279,541. We believe, based on our Mercer and looking at the components that we believe need to be fixed to really give them, they'll have good 10 years of use of that facility without any major needs, $836,500. So we will move forward. We'll get the design completed.
Break those numbers down. That sounds pretty nice.
It is pretty nice, yeah. So the request is a transportation facility. That's correct. It went down. Afton, yep. $11,279,541 was the total in the 24 appropriation. That does include the 6% unanticipated. Our estimated cost is $836,500. We would still want 6% on top of that. So if we look at the change, we will be reverting back. What we'll do, we'll go ahead, we'll go through the design, we will put it out to bid, we will award that contract, and we'll see where we come in at. But our anticipation is that we will revert back $10 million or thereabouts. And we will do that, as soon as we've got that bid in hand and we know we have enough money. We'll revert that back.
$11 million was appropriated last year.
That's correct.
And so we anticipate a reversion of that.
Yes.
But that will happen in the next budget, in essence. We'll see that reversion, assuming all things are true as you just described.
Yes, we will revert those funds as soon as we are able to get them back into the school foundation program account.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman,
We have about one of those a year at least.
we may.
We may.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I think the committee's aware, when we finish up any of our projects, if there's any funding left, then we'll go ahead and revert that at the end, and we work with your LSO staff to do that really real time. It used to, there for a while, it was every year, every biennium, then it went down to quarterly, and now we kind of do it real time. So on this one, you know, typically what would happen is we'd let the project, say it comes in at the 800,000 and we have the 10, we would wait till the end of that project before we would revert it. And so what I'm hoping to do on this, and I think we may have a couple more, another one of these projects, is that we revert that, instead of waiting a year or two for that project to finish up and revert it, I want to revert those funds back immediately when these Mercers are completed, and then we go out and let those projects, rather than hold on to that money for 2 years. I'd rather put it back into the program.
So my recollection of that project was that was really not at the top of the list, and there was a legislative body that kind of finagled, and the point being, left to do your work as designed, we get those efficiencies that come, but we bumped that up, we being the legislature, and I think there's a message there somehow that if we just kind of let you guys do your job, that, you know, we wouldn't have appropriated 11 million. We probably would have waited and seen this be a much less amount, but we tend to do that. Forgive us, and we'll try not to do it as much, but.
Yeah, we've never done that before.
Mr. Chairman, you know, one of the other things with the projects that in the 100 million, the 95 million for projects in the 24s is we, the department, we're out of sequence on getting those Mercers performed. And I think we're getting that back on track with the 23 that we have going now and the ones in the future. So moving forward, unless we have some kind of an emergency situation, I certainly want to try and have the Mercer done, adopted by the district, adopted by the commission, and then do the budget asks off of those in the future, so.
Okay. Anything else?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will work on flags or something here in the meantime. Don, I know this is already on your radar, but I'll say it for the benefit of the committee and the new folks. I think that's another number we can use to update that long-term profile. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes our presentation, unless there are further questions.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman?
go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
No, you go.
Mr. Chairman, I'm back on that major maintenance piece. I wanted to compliment the commission on a great job of estimating that. I think what I see is that's about a 1.6% or 0.016% increase. My God, that's really close. So nice job on that major maintenance in the 2023 budget.
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, one other thing. I know the select committee's heard this, but with the undertaking of how we're looking at buildings in the 20-year look on facility condition assessments and trying to get that updated, we have a very large and robust database now. If any of the committee members are interested in seeing how we're doing those forecasting ahead and that we can react more timely, more than happy to put that on. But I think Wyoming's doing a really great job in this. In fact, we were asked to attend a meeting with the North Dakota on a special committee for their school funding to present how we're doing things in Wyoming. We have the state of Utah coming in after the first of the year to look at our database system and how we're utilizing that for major maintenance, forecasting, and real-time work. We just learned that the city of Los Angeles is interested in coming out and looking at what we're doing also in that regard. And then for the national, there's a national committee on not school facilities, but on building facilities. They're having their annual national conference this next June, I think it is. And so there was like 99 projects that they asked for a stipend for, that they want presenters to come and talk about kind of what's going on industry. And I think they selected about a dozen where they're going to pay for an individual to come out and do a presentation. And Jeremy Ravel, our data administrator, the kind of the guru of putting all this stuff together, has been asked to come out and do a seminar on, or seminars at their meeting. So we'll probably get more asked in the future. Like I say, I think folks are beginning to learn some of the things that we're doing and how we're tackling some of the work that trying to look ahead and plan and make that work. I know Utah's been trying for a couple of years. They have the data systems and stuff. They just haven't been able to tie them together. And so they heard about us through their vendor and said, hey, can we come out? And so they did. They actually came. We gave them a Zoom meeting type of thing, and they liked it well enough that they think it's worth their time to bring some people out to Cheyenne and sit down and look at it. So,
Mr. Chairman?
Please.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that positive information, although I'm not surprised that people would look to us for how to do things. I'm glad to hear that you're receiving recognition both here in this room and nationally for your work. I've recently become aware that there's litigation from some Laramie County constituents concerning recent decisions. Without commenting on the
We
litigation.
can't hear you, okay? A little closer.
You've done a great job. Thanks. So, more specifically, I understand, I've just been made aware that there's some Laramie County constituents that have recently initiated litigation concerning some of the school facilities issues here in Laramie County. Without commenting on the litigation, don't want to put you in a difficult spot or where you can't answer the question. Can you just share with the committee your understanding of the basis of that litigation?
Mr. Chairman, I'll try. Again, I'm not an attorney, so I'll keep it pretty generic. But the concern is that within the Mercer that was conducted for Laramie 1, there was a number of schools that were to be taken offline as the new schools were built. And so within the central triad, there's 3 schools, Jessup, Miller, and Deming, that would be coming offline. During the presentation at the board and also during the presentation with the commission, there was a number of folks that have their students, their children in those schools, and they were concerned about closing down those schools and then their children having to be bused or whatever the situation may be to attend other schools within that central triad. And so there has been a lawsuit filed against the commission on the closing of those 3 schools.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
As a follow-up to Senator Nethercott's question, both from Mr. McComey and from Ms. Carlson, my question is, does the most cost-effective remedy rubric, does it allow or require the School Facilities Commission to consider negative externalities of placement of schools? So for example, if a school district over the period of 20 years decides to put all new schools on just one side of town, as happened in Rock Springs, the result of that is that the other side of town decays because people would prefer to buy a new house where there's a local elementary school. So my question is, when you're looking at a most cost-effective remedy, is that externality, because it's not a cost that shows up on a balance sheet, it's rather an external cost that affects the community. Is there any way to take that kind of consequence into account under the current most cost-effective remedy rubric?
Mr. Chairman, yes, there is. In fact, within the Laramie 1, there was actually, that was noted in the in the Mercer itself, not from the fact that can a school district do that or whatever, but if these schools are taken offline, that there would have to be some busing looked at, and the district had done that. They didn't, obviously, they can't come up with their busing plan until they know how many students are in an area and that kind of stuff. But they actually went through as part of that and looked at, we're gonna have to bus some students.
Mr. Chairman, as a follow-up, but is there any analysis beyond just the cost of busing? Because what I see in my community is not just the cost of busing that's the problem. Frankly, that's pretty marginal. It's already happened, so it's water under the bridge for Rock Springs at least, but you've got this long-term sort of macro effect. And my question is that considered?
Mr. Chairman, I can't say directly whether that's considered in that the Mercer would say you need a school here spread out around, say, a community, a larger community, because there's a lot of smaller communities. The school is the school. But no, that's a school board decision as to where those are located at.
Yeah, further questions? Perfect time. Please go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, this is just a comment, both to the new committee and to the current legislature and to the public, which this issue highlighted in my community really presents the challenge of school construction. Most of the decisions concerning school construction occur years before we arrive to the legislature. And the long-term planning that's required for them also requires that those decisions to be made with an anticipation for decades out, right? And then comes a time when the current community, the current families, the current students don't want what was decided for them a decade prior. And so how do we as a legislature respond to changing community needs or desires and or plan for those differences long-term? And that also relates to how we choose maybe to remodel a 50-year-old school building or a 100-year-old school building to keep, Merry Christmas, to keep those values or those community norms in place. And so it's a tough challenge, I think. And I look forward to new perspectives and continuing to work on this issue, but it is a real challenge.
Okay. We'll take a 15-minute break. We'll be back at 10:15. Continue with Cap. Okay, we're back in session. I neglected to have Landon Brown, Chairman Landon Brown, speak to us a little bit during our first stint, and then he had a meeting at 10 o'clock, so he may catch up with us and join back in, just so that we hear his 2 cents, but I apologize for that. All right, now we're moving on to 227, right? Please proceed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Del McComey, Director for the State Construction Department. When we head into this discussion, this is now going to be on the capital construction projects for the state side. The Construction Management Division handles those. So Administrator Norton will be discussing these projects and kind of leading the charge on this. I'd like to point out that Suzanne is also the Secretary for the State Building Commission. And as I mentioned in my opening remarks today, all of these projects that are in this request have been vetted through the State Building Commission, and really that involves many, many years of discussion and review, particularly those CAPCON projects that have been through the level 1, level 2 process. We'll talk a little bit more about that, but on the level 1, level 2 process to get to where they're at for a CAPCON request, and again, been vetted through the State Building Commission a number of times to get to where we're at today, so.
And I just might point out for some of the newer members, I think it was back in it was about 12 years ago, roughly, 14 years ago, when we brought you, the State Construction Department was under A&I, and then we separated out, made it its own agency, just because of the size and the amount of dollars and the process that was happening. The legislature wanted a more direct line to it, I think, in some regards, and also because of the importance of, and the cost and the face of what we do for capital construction. It was just the right thing to do, I think, but so.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I guess kind of following up on that and adding to that, just my having over the years reported to the legislature in these type of briefings for 20-plus years, and then working with through the select committee on the school side, through the SBC on the state side. What typically happened is those two bodies were pretty well briefed up, and the legislators that attend on the SBC side. But typically I would come to this body, the Joint Appropriations Committee, and there was a lot of lessons and discussion that went on in these requests. And so you might remember when, Mr. Chairman, about 18, I think 2018, I actually said, well, I think it would be best that my agency or my department report to the Joint Appropriations Committee, and at that point in time, I don't believe there were any agencies reporting to the Joint Appropriations. I think I was the first. Management Council, I think the committee approached Management Council, they agreed. So we report directly to the Joint Appropriations Committee, which gives the department the opportunity throughout the year to kind of brief on projects, highlights of what's going on, what we're seeing, and there's an awful lot of reporting that we do on the school side and the state construction management side that we give reports to the JAC, but we can do that more timely throughout the year. So I think that was a good move to be able to do that. So it's not as much of a surprise to Joint Appropriations on some of these larger big ticket items as they move forward.
Well, and it provides this committee the opportunity to vet each program more, and then be more thorough in its explanation on the floor of the House in support or pro or con on whatever that CAPCOM budget comes out. So,
thank you, Mr. Chairman. With that, Mr. Chairman, if you'd like, we could move into our budget presentation.
Please.
I'll have, again, Susan Norton go ahead and do the presentation. So,
thank you. Suzanne Norton, Administrator of the Construction Management Division, and as Director McComie mentioned, I function as the Secretary to the State Building Commission, which is also referred to as the SBC. Sometimes various folks, because it's the same board, will also use the term SLIB or Land Commissioners because it's the same 5 top electeds. However, SBC is the commission that the State Construction Department by statute staffs. I've worked in the Construction Management Division in a variety of roles since 2007, and I'm extremely appreciative for all that I've learned by observing and contributing not only to the efforts of the State Building Commission, but also the government efficiency perspective of joint appropriations on behalf of state facilities and state assets. Those assets enable our state agencies to perform their responsibilities that are required by statute. I'm especially appreciative of past members of this committee, current members of this committee. I have learned so much, and I look forward to learning more as time passes. A few point of reference that stand out to me in the work what we strived to do to preserve state assets are included in, you guys probably think I'm a little nuts, but there's this 1995 Facilities Management Report that was produced by the legislature. It's a research product that is available on LSO's website. I read this at least once monthly, and every time I read it, I see something that we've talked about, that we're still striving to improve in our efficiency and our improvements. One thing I think you'll find in understanding the State Construction Department, Construction Management Division, and the state facilities is that there is no lobby that says, hey, this building needs this. Most of the agencies and the facility management staff and the users of the building.
Could you get the mic a little closer?
A little closer, I was trying.
Yeah.
Most of the facility managers, directors, executive branch staff who live and work and maintain and operate their agencies in those buildings make do. They don't think of what do I need? What doesn't meet code? They just don't think in those terms. They make do, and they always try to do more with less, but ultimately end up doing what they can. Again, I really encourage everyone to take a look at that document from 1995. The first finding in that report was that a system-wide accountability for the state's investment in facilities was lacking. That finding is at the core of the work that we do every day. Since that time, the legislature and SBC have taken numerous steps to improve upon findings in the report. The name change of the Capitol Building Commission to the State Building Commission, associated statute and rule changes, the first funding for statewide major maintenance programs, and the creation of Construction Management Division, and then ultimately creation of the State Construction Department, moving construction management to that department, revision of the SBC rules in 2022, the JAC committee bill that's been in development over the last few years, and the inclusion of Director McComie's statewide strategic facility plan effort. Those all have touch points in this 1995 report. It's very well done.
So that's a 1995 report.
It is.
So Don, can you circulate that to the members? Thank you.
It's by the Management Audit Committee. Okay. A lot of other really relevant and important information that, as the State Construction Department has reported to JAC over the last several years, has been provided in white paper type documents that are available in the JAC's meeting materials. I'd encourage you all to really focus on that, and then potentially do a deep dive in Title IX, Chapter 2, agencies, boards, commissions, and departments. All agencies, departments have statutory requirements. the first part of our facility planning. That's another thing that, including us into the State Construction Department with School Facilities Commission, that enabled the Construction Management Division to begin the annual facility planning process that schools began when that department was created in 2004-ish. And that helps us continue to build and understand those facilities with our limited staff. As Del mentioned, we have quite a few projects in the construction management side. We have 43 capital construction projects, 142 major maintenance projects that are active, and innumerable projects that are in the planning and queued up stage that are known needs for all of the agencies and facilities. There are 14 agencies that we meet with. We have requests and considerations from other agencies with other purposes that have historically had other funding, or, as I mentioned, are agencies that do the best they can. Their focus might be on highways, for example, but they do have vertical facilities, which they don't have a major maintenance. They aren't within the major maintenance program. Is there an appetite to add them? There's federal funding. There's a lot of different things that weigh into that. The Oil and Gas Commission is another one that has historically had funding to pay for their own major maintenance. That looks a little different now, but they do own a facility that the State Building Commission approved and funded, that in the most recent years, they've had a little bit of trouble with major maintenance money. So that might be something that we need to consider, adding that square footage. Past that, on page 4 of 227, there's information about the department's statutory authority. It describes the State Construction Department duties, which staff the State Building Commission, authority to buy and lease property, authority to work on state office buildings, authority to maintain, rent them, purchase of state lands and buildings, the use of state buildings and creating rules, exceptions to those rules, responsibility with respect to state buildings, state capital construction, needs assessments and priorities. And then while we're here today, development of building projects and rehabilitation of building projects. The SBC is comprised of the 5 statewide elected officials, the superintendent of public instruction, the treasurer, the auditor, the secretary of state, and the chairman is the Wyoming governor. There are 4 legislative liaisons, 2 appointed by each presiding officer. One of the 4 members of those legislative liaisons needs to be from JAC. The SBC meets quarterly on the second Wednesdays of January, April, July, and October. And currently it's at the July meeting that the proposed capital construction budget requests are presented for SBC approval, with then some refinement of the requests occurring at the October meeting. And sometimes special meetings are scheduled as needed. At the April 14th, 2019 SBC meeting, 5 working groups were created to advance and deepen the SBC processes and knowledge. You can imagine all of the responsibilities that each of the 5 electeds has, which is kind of like JAC's responsibilities, quite broad. So each working group consists of 2 SBC members, and most of them have 2 legislative liaisons. The working groups review major maintenance, leasing and space management programs, State Building Commission rules, and the Capital Complex Master Plan. The current construction working group includes Superintendent Degenfelter as the chairman, Secretary Gray, Representative Walters, Senator Pappas, and supporting State Construction Department staff. The working group met directly in June with agency and facility staff from all of the agencies that have budget requests, and they worked with the Construction Management Division to prioritize potential construction, renovation, and major maintenance projects in accordance with critical needs, strategic requirements, and agency priorities, as required by the SBC rules. Those SBC rules and that prioritization is required by statute. All projects included in the capital construction request are recommended by the State Construction Department and approved by the State Building Commission. So I probably won't say that over and over during the individual project presentation. Another point of reference to consider is that the duties involved and the process involved in 9-5-108 for building projects, rehabilitation of projects, major maintenance, relating to facility management, they do not fit very well within legislative cycles. When projects that advance to a budget request have been thoroughly vetted through many layers of scrutiny, study, and approval, providing the executive branch with resources to keep the approved projects in the construction program pipeline to have smooth transitions from level 1, 2, and 3 design, which is specified by statute, and then ultimately to level 3 construction, the more time that is saved, the lower the cost of construction will be. And in thinking about the timeline of construction projects that are important to the state, the Capitol building itself, the first appropriation for the recent renovation was in 2003. And it took lots of gears moving and finessing to find out what the right answer was for this project. And by the time the project started, the legislature had saved over $100 million. Some of those, a lot of that funding came from the construction management division's management of construction projects, where savings on projects were not reverted back to the general fund. They were reverted to the capital construction account. That was a really great strategy, and I can think of a few other agencies that have needs way out there on the horizon that could benefit from a savings account like that. And I think the 20-year strategic facility plan that is mentioned in the JAC bill and spearheaded and championed by Director McComey could really help out with evening out those big requests if that kind of savings account could be created and nickels and dimes and millions of dollars occasionally put into it, because there really are facilities that are in need. And it's really with the change in the SBC rules in 2022, one of the big lifts in those rules is for a 25-year real property master plan to be evaluated and implemented. And that's a pretty heavy lift. It's not something that we can just come up with in 6 months, but it's interviewing agencies and seeing the facilities year after year after year that will help us with that 25-year real property master plan that will help the legislature then plan and see and forecast what the needs may be and what strategies leadership policymakers can decide on to find the most cost-effective and responsible ways to help agencies continue to perform their statutorily required duties. The Capitol, 2003 was the first appropriation. That 1995 report mentioned the state health labs were in dire need of being replaced. That was 1995. We did not break ground on the combined lab facility until 2009. So many of these projects take a long time to come to fruition. They take all levels of government and community and statewide cooperation and collaboration to really understand what the best solutions for the facilities are. With that, does anybody have any questions? I think we'd be ready to move to the first project. So on page 8, we have a bundle of level 1 and 2 projects, which are required as part of the State Building Commission program to evaluate needs assessments and facility condition assessments, life cycle cost, planning efforts. They're required by 9-5-107 and prioritization of those. This year, the Department of Administration of Information, Department of Agriculture, Wyoming State Lands and Investments Forestry Division have all come forward with a request to help plan how to best use their facilities. The governor's recommendation is approval of $712,000 SIPA effective immediately for this request. So again, I think it touches back on the construction cycle, master planning. The more you stop and start those processes, the more they cost in the long run, the more the construction costs in the long run. And so, for example, the Department of Administration and Information, I think, has come very close to losing leases for offices in Teton County. And what do? You know, if they lose a lease, if they can't find a reasonable space to lease, is there some other way that governmental entities can cooperate to buy or build or purchase real estate that might be able to house those offices? The Department of Agriculture, State Fair dormitories, they're solid buildings, they're outdated, they do not meet code. What is the most cost-effective way to maintain those buildings, to use them in the future, keep that campus that's really important to Wyoming's heritage?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Suzanne. Down there on your explanation on page 8, though, you list the various projects that are being considered for level 1, level 2. Why is it that they're all bundled together under one cost and not broken out to where we can see what the cost is per project?
So, Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, that's a great question, and this issue was on my mind in the previous presentation for school facilities. A lot of the difficulty we have with project budgets sometimes is when the project budget is telegraphed, broadcast in a public meeting, that's where the bids come in. I had a 2018 level 1 and 2 come in. There was a pretty generous appropriation, but the timeline for getting the work done was very short. So 2 firms came in with a proposed fee of an actual work plan, the number of hours that they could contribute to it within the deadline for the project. And then another local firm, the only local firm, provided a proposal for the appropriation. So that is a difficulty. I don't know that there's any way to get around that difficulty, but in this case, where it isn't a bid, and where these are estimates, it's not construction costs. We do our best to provide an estimate of where we think it will land, but we don't really want to telegraph it.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair.
This one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Norton, appreciate that description as to why these ended up on the supplemental budget, but it kind of leads to a new question. You know, I wasn't here when the last budget was being crafted. I'm sure your department testified as to, you know, what the needs were for that biennial budget. And here we are halfway through it, and new things are coming up, and that's what this is. But is there any particular reason that the particular projects you're talking about weren't foreseen back at that time?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, a number of the projects that you'll hear about today have been foreseen. And for, I guess, a specific example where it wasn't foreseen was the Teton County lease space. You know, you're on the verge, you're potentially on the verge of not having a space for the offices because real estate is so difficult in Teton County. That one wasn't in there. Several other of the projects that you will hear today were in the biennial request and didn't make it through. Some that you'll hear about today were a request in 2004. And the request is the same, for the same needs as today.
Mr. Chairman.
Please.
Mr. Chairman, follow-up to that is the capital construction and school capital construction are annual budgets, not biannual budgets. And so that's why you'll see these come up each year as opposed to the biennial budget, which has a different, in this year's request had a different focus of being emergency. But the capital construction side of the budget, both on schools and statewide capital construction, is an annual budget that will be requested annually.
Go ahead, Senator.
Mr. Chairman, so each one of these four items could be multi-million or multi-million dollar projects for the next JAC, depending on how the level 1, level 2 studies come out, or they could be nothing, depending on how your study comes out.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, that's exactly correct.
Any follow-up? All right, please proceed.
The next item is on page 12. It's the State Building Commission Contingency Fund. This fund provides funds to the State Building Commission so that they can respond, excuse me, one moment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While you're gathering yourself, I just wanted to ask the governor's budget department, in that last issue, he had recommended moving the money to SIPA and then out of SIPA. Can you explain that, please?
Mr. Chairman, I'd be pleased to. We have the SIPA, and the SIPA gets its own revenue streams, and we are appropriating those revenue streams in the SIPA. However, the SIPA doesn't have enough money to complete the capital construction budget. Rather than having two separate funding sources on all these projects in the accounting system, we just transfer the money from general fund to SIPA so we can all be looking at the fund and understanding what the expenditures are. It's really easy to think of this in terms of HO1, that's the highway fund. FO1, that's the game and fish fund. 003 happens to be the SIPA. So when we're doing reporting, we look at 003, and then we can have the ability to be tracking what the expenditures are on capital construction.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I recall the executive mentioning in a State of the State address that he wanted to eliminate this account. Is that still in the plans for the executive, or are we going to continue doing this?
Mr. Chairman, throughout the last several years, you've heard the fact that we want to have one checking account, one saving account.
Well, the battles and stories we could tell.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
we could ask Mr. Hibbert how many checking accounts he has at home.
Mr. Chairman, I can't speak for my wife, but I have one.
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking ahead a little bit, but thank you for the explanation on the general funds to SIPA. That does make sense to me. But as we look down the list, I see some that are partially done through the general fund, partially through private revenue. Is that private revenue then funneled into SIPA? How does that work? Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, there's a couple of features on that. So the private revenue source would be the private revenue source, and usually that's takes place with the community colleges. Other times you might have other agencies that have funding like state parks, which would be also included in the transactions in the same fund, but it would be coming from a different source of revenue. The most important thing I think that we have to understand is, and even included in this budget, there's one where the governor didn't recommend providing any state funds, but did allow the community college to use their own private sources. The key to that would be is that you're authorizing a project that ultimately will become a portion to the major maintenance for that project. So eventually they will be collecting major maintenance for those project authorizations, but it's very important that sometimes you're just authorizing projects.
Okay, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, Page 12, State Building Commission contingency, a refill to the account of $3.9 million. This account allows the SBC to continue their statutory duties to respond to emergencies, to be able to respond to real estate opportunities. An example from this past year is a building that would take $10, $12, $15 million to build was able to be purchased for $2 million. Emergency repairs to a fire suppression system for a facility due to changes in the delivery of the municipal water system were granted at the July or the October meeting. There's other desirable property that can't be foreseen when the fund was created, it was recommended that the minimum balance be $7.8 million and the 7.45 of it be available for property acquisition. So the refill for recent expenditures is based on some of those obligations that have already been approved, and then also some that are anticipated in the coming year. In this case, the recommendations were a little bit different. The State Construction Department recommended the $3.97 million. The SBC recommended an amount that the governor would recommend amount to get it back to its historic balance based on anticipated and likely costs. Any questions on that item? Next is page 16 for the Department of Agriculture in Douglas, enclosing the Silver Arena Level 3 Design and Construction for $27.04 million. This was the agency's #1 priority and State Construction Department's priority #9, the governor's priority #12. From a facility perspective, this improvement would allow the State Fair to eliminate difficult transitions and promote efficient space utilization. It would allow them to expand the interim event season and offering to maximize revenues and contribute to Wyoming's economic growth. At the September JAC meeting in Douglas, we heard that there is city and county interest in considering local funding efforts, such as a 6-penny tax, to contribute to the project and in turn the local and statewide economy. With that said, the governor recommends denial of the request as submitted. The next item is on page 20. The next two projects are for the Wyoming Attorney General Office, Wyoming Law Enforcement Academy, Emergency Vehicle Operations Driving Complex is the first one on page 20. This is a request for $4.3 million. This project was initially requested in 2004 request of $21 million. But it was subsequently decided, and then since that time, there have been nearly zero improvements on the property other than a 1,500 square foot storage building being built that the agency has been making do, even though the enrollment in the classes that they are required to provide and the changes in law enforcement education that have occurred over the last 40 years, there's been very little change.
Just so this appropriations committee had a meeting in Douglas, and two of them from law enforcement and from the state fairgrounds.
Right, September. In 2004, the $21 million Level 3 design and construction request included the Emergency Vehicle Operations Center, a firearms complex, additional training space, life health safety mitigation efforts, and some structural repairs, but it was not approved. In 2020, a facility assessment report was provided, and the recommendation that came from that report was, let's replace the entire facility on a different location. But at the time, there wasn't an appetite to carry that forward, so the idea was put back on the shelf. However, the agency's needs did not go away. One other point of reference that's helpful is that at the June Joint Judicial Committee meeting in Casper, the agency provided a really in-depth background information on their agency. There's meeting materials there that are helpful and very educational regarding the agency's duties in law enforcement. One topic there that they discussed is that in some cases, when our local cities, towns, counties are hiring their sheriff staff and their police staff, that they'll hire them and then they have a couple of years to finish the training, which leaves our first responders not necessarily prepared for the encounters they might have. Recently, the State Building Commission and the State Construction Department located and found a location for a new facility, which is a very, very long-term vision. With the Emergency Vehicle Operations Center and the next project, the Firearm Range Complex, to be constructed on the new site with the existing facility serving its purpose for the indefinite future until such time that other things could be relocated to the new property. Director McComey mentioned a bit ago the 3 at-will employee contract positions that we have. Both this project and the next project might be a candidate for a footnote to allow us to use some project funds to provide a full-time on-site or more on-hands. As we mentioned earlier, we have a great deal of projects ongoing. The average for our 4 project managers and major maintenance and capital construction is about $43 million. And we have in the past done this a couple of different ways through the at-will employee contract approach, which we have found to be very affordable and very effective to the effect of the Casper State Office building being able to revert about $3.2 million, in large part to having that representation at the building, helping in the meetings daily to be the state's representative with all of our state perspective in mind all the time, in lieu of doing a contractor, consultant who does provide value and guidance and sometimes expertise that we don't have in the state. However, there isn't necessarily the same kind of skin in the game with that kind of arrangement. I think I've covered that one fairly well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I may have missed it. I assume we're now on the shooting facility. And so I just have a pretty general question. I think we're about to hear about another shooting facility that's considerably different price tag. And so I was just curious if you could just kind of give, I wasn't part of the tour, so I don't really know what the plan is. If you could just give the public and myself a 30,000-foot view of what this $36 million is going to go for.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, and Committee, page 24 is also, again, the Attorney General Wyoming Law Enforcement Academy, Firearm Range, Indoor-Outdoor Patrol Rifle in Douglas, Wyoming, Level 3 Design and Construction for $36.6 million. This project, the Wyoming Law Enforcement Academy, is required by statute to be in Douglas, Converse County, and for this specific purpose of training law enforcement. Now, there was there is a legislative task force for a state shooting complex that has gone through a process of numerous statements of interest and so on to select a location for that complex. There is a variety of agencies and legislative bodies and city, towns, counties that have been active in that process. However, the state construction department has not been part of that process until very recently. We do have staff and Director McComey taking a look at the information that's been gathered so far. I don't know that there would be a lot of compatibility. Speaking of this from the Law Enforcement Academy's perspective, from my understanding.
If I can clarify, please. I don't mean to intend that one facility would be used for both purposes. One has a price tag of 10 million, the other has $36 million price tag. I'm sure there are some differences, but are those differences enough to more than triple, almost quadruple the price? That's what I'm trying to wrap my mind around. I just don't know what this facility includes that it would be that expensive. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'll go ahead and take that. So this range is the new range would have an indoor 50-yard range, and then an outdoor 100-yard range, a new 300-yard range. And the indoor range in particular, I think is much greater in extent than what is being anticipated at the Cody facility. It's a larger range. On the tour, one of the things that was pointed out is the timing of when they have to run the number of students through, and they have larger classes today than they did when that building was built 40 years ago. So they have some real issues on the timing and coursework to run those current students through, given the size of the range. So this new range, indoor range in particular, will be much larger in scale. There's also restrictions at the current site on their long-range shooting. So this new site would allow some longer-range shooting scenarios, the 300-yard range, for example. So it's much larger in scale, I guess, with the number of bays that are there. Certainly, the Cody range has some different things, such as the trap and skeet and those sort of things that you wouldn't have at law enforcement. But they do still have the shotgun ranges and things like that, but more for a law enforcement type of purpose.
Mr. Chairman, follow-up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what it sounds to me like is that we have a scheduling problem because we're bigger classes and we're solving it with a capital construction solution. But this here shows we have 12 lanes in this plan. Is that accurate, 12 lanes? And then the question would be, how many do we currently have? And is there any kind of capital construction included in a 300-yard outdoor range, or is that just providing a shooting position and a target downrange? I'm just trying to wrap my mind around $36 million. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have quite a bit of detail here. It's a summary of the gun ranges. Haven't read this in a little while, so forgive me if I read too much and don't summarize enough. The current ranges are used year-round for detention officers' basic classes, 6 classes per year for 8 weeks, patrol officers' basic classes, 6 classes for 13 weeks, advanced firearm training, 1 per year for 1 week, firearms instructor trainings, 1 per year for 3 or 4 days, red dot sight instructors classes, patrol rifle instructors classes, patrol shotgun instructors class, and many other courses that are being developed. Current enrollment is capped at 50 students due to the current number of shooting lanes, but the Academy would like to expand it to at least 50. Officers are required to get the basic training within 1 year's time and sometimes have to wait 2 or 3 classes before they are accepted because of the restrictions on the number of students. The existing indoor 12-lane, 25-yard gun range is equipped with obsolete equipment and a bullet trap with no available parts to repair lanes as equipment breaks down. Additionally, the current range provides only a static firing line that does not allow scenario-based training, such as bringing a vehicle into the range to simulate actual street situations that officers will face. Consequently, course objectives involving firing scenarios with vehicles and obstacles can't not take place in this space. With only 12 25-yard shooting lanes, the type of drills and exercises, as well as the number of students who can participate at the same time, is greatly restricted. Nationwide standard distance for law enforcement gun ranges is 50 yards. Currently, classes are divided up into smaller groups to wait their turn at the firing line. This doubles the time it takes for a class to accomplish the day's course objective. Now, the existing outdoor 20-lane, 50-yard gun range is about 360 feet from Highway 59 near a residential neighborhood. It's an open-air range with the hillside as the bullet trap. The proximity to the highway and the adjacent neighborhoods are not ideal. The weather greatly influences the usability of a gun range because the weather cannot be controlled. Training schedules and gun course objectives are often impacted, especially during the winter. And acoustically, because of its proximity to town, sound from the 20 lanes of semi-automatic guns firing can be heard from quite a distance. So they have to limit the hours the range is used. 20 lanes, while better than 12 on the indoor, is not sufficient to allow our students in the larger classes to be on the firing line at the same time, which creates rotation issues.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Ms.
Just as a breakdown of this, and we asked the exact same questions you're asking, Representative, and so I think what we need to do is make those handouts available for the new committee. But in essence, the gist of it was that you can't really operate the two facilities as one, just because of the law enforcement nature to it and how they use it. I think the new area has 50 lanes versus 12 in order to operate it. So it's much larger compared to the new facilities, in addition to the obsoleteness of the entire facility itself. And I mean, at some point, as we progress through this, you may very well, meaning the next Appropriations Committee, might want to go do the same tour we did to get educated on the whole thing, because it's, but also the other thing we could do is we could set up sometime in the first week or so of session, for this particular project, it might be valuable to have them come in and just make a presentation to this committee, to your committee, so that you can go kind of do a deeper dive on this type of a project. Because, I mean, anything that's $30 million, you want to know what the heck you're spending it on, and what the long-term plan is, both for the community and what we can afford, and whether it's reasonably necessary. So, sorry to interrupt.
No, that's fine. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That really did clarify. What I hear you saying is the new facility, I didn't see this in the summary or the explanation, is 50 indoor lanes versus 12 indoor lanes. So that's where the cost generally is going to be. And I would welcome a tour of the facility rather than another explanation, because I would hope to be able to do some shooting.
Yeah, and by the way, anytime you drive by it, you're going to and from wherever you go, they're always welcome to have someone stop in. They really are, I mean, because so Representative Pendergraft, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just while we're here, I would have a similar request for the driving range. And when I first looked at that, I panicked. I thought, how many tee boxes is that? But I understand that that's not what it is. I would like to know.
Emergency Vehicle Operations Center.
Yeah, they need a drive-in theater along with it.
Yeah. I just would like to know what they provide in the driving course and what would make that $4 million. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think it would be great to provide more details to you, the level 1 and 2 studies that have been vetted by the Construction Working Group, by the State Building Commission, by the State Construction Department. It's all readily available, and lots to learn. But again, being on site is another thing, and learn.
So Suzanne, I would recommend that you put folders together for the new committee, It has a breakdown of all the materials that that you showed us and have the studies that were done, so they can make that analysis and ask better questions and perhaps have them called back when you come back in January.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, I'd also encourage you to keep in mind that where real estate was involved in this planning effort, things changed like 3 or 4 times during the past year, looking at all kinds of different options, different real estate opportunities, some being just too much for what the state would be willing to pay because of development in Converse County. So there might be some inconsistencies and inaccuracies in some of the information that was developed without current knowledge, but that is the essence of the state construction department's work in adapting to.
So part of the process when we went out there is to make a conclusion of whether or not we can upgrade the current facility. And if we're gonna put 15 or 20 or 30 million dollars into it, did that make sense versus a new location? Because as you know, the current facility is subject to the creep of the town. And also, it's landlocked because of property ownership on the private sector around it. And with the private folks, we're not really interested in selling it other than in a superlatively high premium price to upgrade around it. And ultimately, I think the conclusion of our committee was that a new location in the long term is probably in the best interest of the state versus its current location. But you'll be able to make all of those kind of assessments.
Mr. Chairman?
Please, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I've heard some conversation here that talks about the change from a 12-lane indoor course to a 50-lane indoor course. So I'm looking this up, trying to find that out. I've never seen a 50-lane indoor course.
It's 50 yards.
50 yard.
But it's a 50-yard indoor course. It's still 12 lanes. Am I mistaken about that?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, the outdoor is existing 20 at 50 yards, and the existing indoor is 12 lanes at 25.
And the new one is going to be 12 lanes at 50 yards.
The new indoor is 50, the outdoor is 100, and a 300.
That's yards.
Yards.
Yards, yes. Not 50 lanes. Thank you.
Yeah, 20 lanes for part of some of the initial, when the most recent bringing to the budget request for this project is that we were going to make do, and we were going to figure out a new location for the EVO, and then we were going to build the targets and the target range facility on the existing EVO, which is essentially on the bank of the North Platte River. While the site that the Law Enforcement Academy does own has quite a few acres, it's not a buildable site because of topography. I mean, anything can be done with foundations and bulldozers, but the site work and foundation work becomes very, very expensive.
Mr. Chairman?
Please.
The good senator brought up the point that I was making earlier, is that the description talks about 12 new lanes at 50 yards, but your description, sir, said that it was 50 lanes. I just would like to get that clarified. How many new lanes would this $36 million facility have? And maybe we don't have that answer, but I'd like to know.
Mr. Chairman, we'll get back to the committee on that.
We will, and I apologize if we have typographical errors that say lane instead of yards or something like that. We'll double check and follow up. Any other questions on Law Enforcement Academy?
Please.
So the state shooting complex, 36 million?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Salazar, no, I think the current budget at the state shooting complex, I'll turn it over to Director McComey.
Mr. Chairman, I hope I'm not speaking out of place here because we haven't been involved in the state's shooting facility until just very recent, but I believe their estimated cost was about 14.1 million for that particular facility, but again, at 2 o'clock, they'll have a discussion on that.
Okay, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, page 30 is the Department of Health Veterans Home of Wyoming in Buffalo, Wyoming, renovation, level 3 construction for $79 million. This project was identified as a need.
So I'm going to interrupt you briefly because before we go into the vet's home, Representative Landon Brown, who I neglected to call on when we were, because I wasn't looking at the screen. Landon, why don't you just come up and we're going to give him the mic for a bit to just have your 2 cents on our discussions this morning. And I apologize I didn't call on you this morning.
That's okay, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate it. I know Director McComey and Ms. Carlson did a fantastic job this morning going over a lot of the questions and a lot of the information, and also Representative Walters providing a lot of the historical knowledge on some of the stuff that had come through. What I will say as chairman of this particular committee for select school facilities has been, we kind of put ourselves in a little bit of a hiccup. And so a lot of the stuff that you're seeing right now is us calming out those hiccups and getting back on track over the past 4 years. We failed to provide the money for the Mercer studies and for a complete review of what the state school facilities look like back in 2020. And in going through that process and not having that, we asked a lot of this department and a lot of their staff over the course of the past year and a half to really ramp up and get those Mercer studies as well as the review of all the state facilities done. But also in that prospect, we changed directors and we also changed firms and the way that they were looking at those facilities. And so it took a lot of time for not only the committee, but also the department to go through that and learn the changes in how those facilities were graded and what those looked like. So I will just say, I don't have a ton to add to the conversation. I'm certainly here more for any questions that you guys may have. But what I will say is what we experienced over the past 2 to 3 years in these larger budget requests, some of these things that have come forward certainly have been or could have been restricted from not having to have issues in the past when we failed to get our money out there and on front of the issues as they were popping up. So a lot of this does fall back on our shoulders from 3-4 years ago as a legislative body, and I'm the first one to admit that. So, Mr. Chairman, again, I'm here for any questions or any information I can provide.
Yeah, it wasn't your fault, though.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I'd just add on to Representative Brown's comments about the delays. And the delays really came from the legislative side. And what occurred was we do a capacity and conditions study. And then at the time, we also had suitability. And the capacity and conditions, and it's required to be done every 5 years. And the capacity and conditions study would have been done in 1 year, and the following year would have been a suitability study. The legislature, the committee, and then the legislature decided it would make more economic sense to do all 3 of those studies in 1 year from a cost-saving standpoint. And then the next year, we went out and took suitability out of the statute. So we no longer needed to do the suitability study. And that year was also a supplemental budget year. And there were members of the body that didn't want to appropriate the money in the supplemental budget for the study. So we did it. So that pushed it 1 more year. And then the following year, we put the money out for the capacity and condition study. It takes time to put the RFP out, hire the contractor, and then go do the boots on the ground work. And that brings us to where we are today. So that's just the history that Representative Brown was alluding to, that it is on our shoulders as we changed course right as we were needing to be doing those studies. And then just the time it takes to get the work done, out on the street and completed. But I think this is a great product the committee put forward, and I compliment Representative Brown and his committee's hard work of getting things back on track in terms of a timing schedule, and to make sure that these projects are done in a timely manner so that our facilities don't become in disrepair to a point that we have to do more capital construction or new construction versus asset preservation and major maintenance. So well done, Representative Brown.
Leonard, anything else?
Mr. Chairman, the only other thing that I'll say is I would like to just thank tremendously, as chairman for the past 2 years. It has been a lot to undertake. We have a very new committee, a lot of committee members that had no experience in this whatsoever, but having a staff walking side by side with us and coming in and cleaning up some of the, again, hiccups that we had experienced underneath the previous director really, really helped. Dell and his team and Shelby really took the bull by the horns and got us back on track, and I can't express my gratitude to them more. So thank you, Director.
How's it feel walking around with a target on your back?
It was very helpful as a new chairman on this committee to direct this committee. I had a very good staff helping us out. So beyond that, I have nothing else, Mr. Chairman.
Questions for Len? From anybody? Once again, I'm sorry I didn't see your hand, and no one kicked me either, so.
That's all right, Mr. Chairman, thanks.
All right. Now, let's head on back to that.
Capital construction. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Page 30, Department of Health, Veterans Home of Wyoming, Buffalo, Wyoming, renovation, level 3 construction for a request of $79 million. Currently, this project has about $19 million of general funds available, and a grant that we don't know the timing for potential reimbursement, so I'm not sure that that's relevant to the conversation today. You all can let me know if we should talk about that. But if that grant eventually comes through, the federal share will be $50.7 million. To me, it reads that when those funds do become available, which is an unknown timeline, federal law says that it will happen. We have looked at a number of different ways to change our priority level, and it does not look like that will happen. But essentially, the Veterans Home of Wyoming does not meet any current standard of domiciliary living as in terms of HVAC, heating, cooling, living spaces, ADA accessibility. There are just many, many difficulties in the existing facility, and the renovation will bring it to modern standards and also alleviate some issues that are not really solvable as far as sharing of restrooms. Primarily current residents are male, but more and more there will be upcoming female veterans and family members, spouses, and so on that are eligible. This project is prioritized for critical needs of asset preservation, prior binding commitments, strategic requirements required of the Department of Health, statewide significance to serve this population, and strategic linkage of all of those things. I think I started to mention that this project was first identified in 2010 to 2013 in the Department of Health's master plan, but it was prioritized after the work at the state hospital and at the Wyoming Life Resource Center. It's come before legislature in 22, 23, 24. It is a need, and moving forward sooner than later will help the costs be the lowest that they possibly could be. In the 2024 legislative session, had the project moved forward, we could have broken ground in the spring after legislative session and been underway. That request was for $69 million. With the unknowns of timing and so on, this request is for $79 million. This project also could benefit from the footnote for at-will employment contract. It is noted in the project description on page 29 at the bottom. And I would suggest that up to $500,000 for that potential use. We do have Director Johansson here, who is the Director of the Department of Health, to answer any questions regarding to the Department of Health's need for this. We do have Ryan Scranton, our project manager, who was involved and has been continually tracking the status of the grant, if additional questions are there.
Mr. Chairman, Director Johansson, if you don't mind coming up. So, Director Johansson, it sticks in my, and I guess I'm wanting to get back to the question of, and answers to why we do capital construction on an annual basis rather than a biannual basis. But this domiciliary, which is different than the new veterans home that we just completed and you talked about yesterday, which is a skilled nursing facility, different acuity level. The domiciliary is assisted living, was first recognized to be replaced in 2013, 2014, when we created Governor's Task Force on State Health Facilities. We recommended it, the state hospital, and the Life Resource Center. The legislature at that time, funding issues, determined that the state hospital was first priority, the Life Resource Center second. The domiciliary was put on hold. We got those two priorities moving, then we came back, and I want to say that at that time, the estimated cost for the domiciliary, this veterans home, was $40-ish million. And we're now seeing it up at 79 because we've continued, we put it off as we made the application to get reimbursement from the feds. The legislature has toured it. We've acknowledged that it needs to be replaced. We've tried to leverage money, but in the overall thing, it has cost us by delaying the construction of it. Is that a fair assessment?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, again, Stephen Johansson with the Wyoming Department of Health. Yes, well said. The only caveats I would make to your comments, Representative Larson, is requests actually started coming for studying the condition of the veterans home, I think in 2007, 2008, really culminating in the facilities task force that you mentioned in 2014. Second caveat I would make to your comments, at the time that was being looked at, 2014, 15, and 16, those estimates are very broad, right? When level 1, level 2 has not been completed, we had ranges, and I think your memory is correct, somewhere, my memory was in the $50 to $55 million total project estimate range. Once the reconnaissance is done, the design is done, you look at the options for how to do the layout. This project has a combination of certain areas of that campus being torn down to the studs and completely redone, and then some areas like the cafeteria, for example, getting some refreshers, some FF&E fixtures and equipment, those types of things. So it's a little bit of a mixed bag, but yes, your summary is accurate. And as I described yesterday, this is a tricky policy decision for the legislature. I'll be the first to admit that. And the decision has not been easy because of the uncertainty at the federal level with the Veterans Administration on how these 65% construction grants get allocated. We've done a lot of work in conjunction with State Construction Department to, as Ms. Norton mentioned, to try to improve our priority ranking in the current application portal that is in. We are essentially in competition with projects all over the country. And as I mentioned yesterday, the reason we were basically priority number 1 for the skilled nursing facility, which is now built, opened, operating, is because the state of Wyoming didn't have one. Was the only state that didn't have a nursing facility for veterans. We're just quite frankly and bluntly, lower on the priority listing for the current projects that are in. We got notified recently that we are number 75 out of 81 projects. And that's actually decreased from last year, where I believe we were 65th or 66th out of the bunch. So in the short term, the immediate term, I'm not optimistic the federal funding will come this year. We did some analysis on all of the projects that are in the VA's system, and it would require about $1 billion of congressional appropriations into the VA construction grant program to essentially clear the backlog of all projects. And I'll let you all, who are wiser than I am politically, determine the likelihood of that in the next year. However, our application for this project has been in for about 2 years now. And there's pros and cons to leaving it in. On the pros, we have a project that's in. And as Ms. Norton mentioned, based on how this grant program works, and as I mentioned yesterday, we believe it will be funded by the VA at some point. The downside is that when we applied, the estimated project cost gets locked in for that federal share. So as has been discussed at this committee and others over the past year and prior, when we don't move forward breaking ground with a contract for a project, then each year that delays, and especially since 2020, we've seen those construction costs inflate significantly year to year. It's variable, but it inflates. So as that estimated project cost goes up, our federal share is locked in when we applied. So the natural conclusion is we'll pull back the application and reapply so we capture more of those federal dollars. It's a good point. However, there's no guarantee if we pulled back the application and reapplied that we would have the same status that we have right now in terms of the priority ranking, which isn't great, but we could move even further down that list if that makes sense. So while you might capture some additional federal funds as a percentage, if the total project cost goes up, your general fund exposure on the state match, which by and large is 35% if you take it at a point in time, that state share of general fund continues to grow each year that the project isn't completed. Final thing I'll say, Mr. Chairman, as I mentioned yesterday, we've known that this body, the legislature, the State Building Commission, has recommended, even outside of the federal VA program, that this facility needs capital construction, and that's been the case for over 10 years. Ms. Norton mentioned the ADA issues we have. Those of you who have been in the domiciliary know we've got some steep ramps in there. We've got shared bathrooms that is not ideal for the type of service, type of clientele that we do serve and that we will serve. The HVAC system, the electrical systems, even some of the window functionality. We have inoperable windows in some of the buildings. So don't hear me say, I've been very careful with this committee and others that, not to try to have a hostage situation that we have to do this or the facility can't operate. We make do, and I'm proud of the staff at the Veterans Home that really make that a warm, welcoming, and therapeutic environment. But given that it's been recommended to do the capital construction on this facility for so many years, if you ask the director of the Department of Health what should be done, I think it's prudent to keep the application in the VA system at this point in time. And you all wrestle with the decision, should we invest up front with general funds to start the project now, minimizing that inflationary risk going forward the longer we wait. It does seem like a prudent option. However, the legislature, the Joint Appropriations Committee decide, like last year, we are not moving forward with this, we're going to hold. Is there a chance the VA in this next year could fund the project? Yes, I think it's a minimal chance, but we can reevaluate if that decision at this body does not move forward of whether it is more beneficial to resubmit an application and capture more of that federal match. Mr. Chairman, pardon me for the long-winded explanation. Happy to answer any questions.
So Don, would you remind us what transpired last year, how far this project moved along?
Conference committee.
Mr. Chairman, as you'll recall, there was no capital construction bill that made it across the finish line. However, this project was added on the House side. in markup of the budget bill. It was not added on the Senate side, and it was removed by Joint Conference Committee number 2.
Mr. Chairman?
Representative Barrett first, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of questions, and maybe you said it and I missed it, but has our national delegation been involved with this, and to what extent? And I assume from the description here that the 65% that we're locked into is the $46,150,000. If you just confirm that for me. And there's been a lot of discussion here. You're right, Director, about it's a policy decision. I think we put $700 million into savings in this last budget, and $3 billion, I believe, over the last couple of years. So if construction costs rising is a concern, we really need to take that into account and decide what our priorities are. Thank you.
Senator, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I was on that 2014 study group, and this facility 10 years ago really needed an update. It was kind of appalling how we were treating our veterans at that facility, so I am all in for this project. I'm reading this narrative, and it looks to me like the final federal portion of the grant is $50,765,000, and that remains the same no matter what our construction costs go up or down. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Anderson and Representative Bear, I'll answer 3 questions that were asked. Yes, Senator Anderson, that's correct. So right now, if the project were funded, the federal share would be just north of $50 million, with the state share being just north of $47 million. Now, when I mentioned yesterday 65%, 35%, that math doesn't add up. It's almost a 50-50. And again, that's because our application is about 2 years old now, with those federal funds being locked in and the estimated project costs from the past 2 years escalating. So yes, your understanding is correct. Representative Bear, to your 2 questions, we have kept our congressional delegation informed and their staff, so they're aware that this project is submitted, is really subject to congressional appropriations and spending. And we have seen in the past, backlogs of the VA construction program being cleared. It's been a little while since that happened, and it really is a congressional and an appropriations issue at the federal level. Sympathetic to that, there's a lot of projects in there, and they have the same policy decisions to wrestle with as you all do on where are the priorities, where should we move forward. So hopefully that answered those 3 questions.
So just for clarification, describe the fund that this comes from. My understanding is that annually there is 150 roughly funds, 150 million that Congress puts in regularly to this line item group that we're now 76 out of 81. But if you look at that list of all those projects on that 81 list, when I look at that list last year, year before, none of the projects asked for more than 2 or 3 million in one whap. We're the only project that is even more close to this type of money. And yet that 150 million has to go to every state, and so it's kind of a national program. And the idea that Wyoming might somehow move up from that 76th to the top of that list or to the next criteria, I think is pretty slim. And so when you say the chance of 4 to 10 years, there's also the chance we may never be funded because of the size that we're asking for compared to all the other asks. I mean, I just think you have to be realistic and see the whole picture before we jump in. It may be that, and actually the House and this body, the House Appropriations said, let's just build it anyway for the state of Wyoming. But I think it's important to know that there's a real risk that we may not get funded if we go ahead and do it. I mean, it's a possibility as well, at least not to that extent.
Mr. Chairman, that's fair. And I don't disagree, maybe just from a slightly different perspective, believe that we will over time, and again, that could be 10 years, could be 10 plus years, will move down on that priority list. And even if there's not additional appropriations to clear the backlog, our project is approved. There's nothing outside of the, regulations of the VA construction program that would be in question. It is just a matter of when the appropriation, when the funding would come. You're also 100% correct that the typical appropriation, I think this year's is $150 million for all of the projects, which again puts us in an unlikely position to get the project fully funded, or the 65% match being funded. And you're also right that you look at Wyoming's project in relation to the others, and it's an order of magnitude higher than some of the other projects that are replacing components of a facility or smaller projects like that. That was the reason last year that we appealed with the VA the decision of where our priority ranking was, because we've designed this facility mostly to nursing facility standards, very high quality, and it is basically a replacement project. So we argued we should be in a different priority category. That so far has not been favorable with the VA. That could also change, and what we've discussed between state construction and folks in my office is depending on this body's decision on how to move forward with this project and the general fund appropriation or not, there are options. It's almost choose the least bad option depending on the scenario, because we could look at other mechanisms to incorporate that campus into our new nursing facility. That's a very different mission. If we were going to, kind of expand that mission, have less domiciliary, less assisted living, and more skilled nursing, perhaps that influences our priority ranking. I'm hesitant to recommend that to the legislature, because I keep going back to what problem has this state and this legislature been trying to solve for more than 10 years with the Veterans Home. And that is what I think is first and foremost, at least if you were asking my recommendation and priority for the state, is we have a facility that's in need of upgrade, that's in need of redesign, we need to serve these residents in a higher quality physical setting, physical plant, and then consider what are the financial mechanisms to achieve that. I do think, Chairman Nicholas, that it will be funded, but your caution and hesitation is absolutely appropriate, and we just don't know when.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Go ahead. Mr. Co-Chair.
Mr. Johansson, when we rebuilt the state hospital in round dollar terms, roughly, how much did it cost?
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman Kinski, around $100 million.
And how much federal funding did we get for
that? Zero.
Okay, when we rebuilt the Life Resource Center in round dollars, how much did that cost?
Around $80 million.
And how much federal funding did we get for that?
Mr. Chairman, zero.
Okay, thank you. We rebuild schools at $150 million a copy. This is the worst rated facility in our system. And this, whether we get money from the VA or not, we're chasing a rabbit. This thing needs to be rebuilt. And so I think we're just, we're just spinning our wheels talking about federal funding. If that were not a prospect, if there were no prospect of federal funding, we'd be building the thing by now. It's waited a decade, and it's time to get it going. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Senator Northcott. Who else? Representative Stiff.
Mr. Chairman, I would echo the comments of Co-Chairman Kinski, and wanted to thank Director Johansson for the tour we got earlier this year of the facility. I have not toured a public facility that's still in operation more dilapidated than the Veterans Home. It really is in need of repair, and it's time to act. And I will ask a question, though. You may have already said this, but if you did get funding 10 years from now, the amount of money you get's the same $50 million, right? And so if you have at 3 or 4% inflation, your costs will have gone up by 50 or 60% by that time. Is that right?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stith, yes, in round numbers, there'd be an escalation, and it all depends on the timing of when the state would fund it, direct us in the state construction department, break ground, have a contract, et cetera. So depending on when that would happen, yes, you essentially capture the same amount of federal funds now based on whenever that estimated total project cost would be final and contracted. And with its age, Representative Stith, I'll just mention, it has a lot of charm. We do our best with that facility.
Representative Walters.
Mr. Chairman, two unrelated questions, but I'll ask them at the same time. First, in the last 6 or 8 years, I believe there was a backlog appropriation, you might say, that eliminated a large portion of the backlog that was in this program. Would you discuss that briefly? And then would you also, on the second question, the request is for 79 million. The total project is closer to 95, 100 million, 90 million, somewhere in that range. Would you discuss the previous appropriations, state appropriations, how some of those dollars have been spent to date, and then how much is remaining, and how we get to the $79 million total, please?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, I'll answer broadly and ask if my colleagues at State Construction Department can give you the details with numbers. You asked first about the backlog before. As I mentioned, that has happened in the past. We actually modeled that out for you guys earlier this year to at least try to quantify what the probabilities were of that type of funding coming in the federal system and what it would do to our priority ranking. So it does happen. I don't think it's a situation that, in terms of this policy decision, you should bank on that this year or next year we see a massive clearing of that backlog, but it could happen, and it's a discretionary spending and congressional appropriation issue there. In terms of the cost estimate, that I think there's some flex in there, obviously, and there has been money spent on level 1, level 2, and design. The project is fully designed. That has been expenditures that have flowed to make sure that if the legislature made that appropriation, that we'd be ready to get another guaranteed maximum price and break ground in the spring, as Ms. Norton mentioned.
Mr. Chairman?
Senator Nethercott.
Just a quick question, if anyone has the answer, and maybe this was previously stated, but I'm just curious. How much have we invested in major maintenance or capital construction improvements to the Veterans Home in the last 5 years?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Nethercott, I would have to get those figures for you. I don't know if we have them offhand. I'd have to prepare that.
I think, is Don looking?
Representative Nethercott.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Having visited this location, I do appreciate Senator Kinski's comments. I think I heard the director say that the current application for federal veterans funding was about 2 years old. And then I also heard a suggestion, maybe we want to resubmit that, see if we can get a little bit bigger chunk. So the question is, what would the turnaround time on that be? Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Pendergraft, it's a really good question, and one of the downsides, in my view, of pulling the application back and resubmitting. There is a submission period and then a consideration period, and I would say conservatively planning for 9 months to 12 months on that. I think all VA construction applications are due in April of each year. And then they're in the system being reviewed. There's months and months of that before the project in concept or in its purpose gets approved. And that would be, again, a waiting period to determine that application date. But I think that decision would be, we'll take that direction from this body depending on the legislature's decision with this request and this appropriation.
Representative Larson.
Talking about that option a little more, the time it takes to do it was one concern that we've talked about. Getting it even approved a second time was the other concern that we've kind of held back on not applying. But leaving it where it is gives us an advantage on the year that it was approved and plays in when they do start funding the backlog. Am I remembering that accurately?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, that's correct. And again, there's multiple factors, so there's I hate to frustrate the committee, there's just some unknowns that what we don't know is the applications and the projects nationally, other veterans homes, et cetera, that would come in at that time. And so we really can't look into that crystal ball and tell you, here's the volume we expect nationally to come in. So it really depends. And again, I know this is, I wish I had a better answer for the committee. Therefore, my recommendation has been now to consider this request an appropriation while we leave the current application in the system as designed and as submitted to capture what would now be around a 54%, 55% federal share of that construction project.
So, Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to join the Kinsky-Anderson chorus and say that, you know, we've been at this too long, but that 54% is only going to go down each year as the cost of construction goes up.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, further questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Please, go ahead, Bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question, Director Johansson. I know yesterday you mentioned that there was a waiting list, I think in response to a question. Would you have a rough number of what the size of that list is, and perhaps share some of your thoughts on the next few years relative to the needs and growth of that demand?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Henderson, it's a good question. Just to clarify, the waiting list we have currently is for the new skilled nursing facility, separate from this project in the domiciliary. Don't have a waiting list, although it does fluctuate because we consider applicants to the Veterans Home domiciliary or the assisted living side on a case-by-case basis. We do interviews, get people there to see if it will work for them and their family. So not operating a waiting list per se at the domiciliary side. Your broader question about demographics demand, I think on the skilled nursing side and the assisted living or domiciliary side, we will likely see increased demand going forward just based on Wyoming's demographics. However, it's important to note that the Veterans Home, both the domiciliary and the nursing facility, those are not the only long-term care facilities that can serve veterans. It is the only state-operated veterans facility that, receives some VA funding on a per diem basis, and in the future with the nursing facility will receive Medicare and Medicaid funding. So it is different in that regard, and different in that our entire mission at the Buffalo facility is to serve Wyoming veterans, Gold Star families, et cetera. So there's a state purpose there. But Representative Henderson, as you well know, we do project in the Department of Health that demand for long-term care, regardless of setting and pay source, will increase in the years to come. The last thing that I'll mention, well, actually, Representative Henderson, I'll leave it there, see if you have any follow-up questions.
Okay. Any other questions?
That's great. Thank you very much, Director.
Senator Nethercott.
Thank you. Do we know how many Gold Star families there are in the state?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Nethercott, I don't. I apologize. Could certainly get that from the Veterans Commission.
Can you ballpark it, like 50 to 100, 10 to 20?
Senator Nethercott, I should turn in my resume now. I don't even think I could ballpark it.
Okay. Thanks.
Someone will phone a friend and find that out.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Nethercott, we'll prepare information on both the major maintenance and those demographics. I will say Wyoming historically and currently has a relatively higher percentage of military participation than other states, even some of our neighboring states. We had a lot of that analysis in the development of the new nursing facility and this project. I just don't have it in front of me.
And Mr. Chairman, just another quick thing that if I could tap into that is percentages of how many of those residents or people patients utilizing the care are from Wyoming or have moved for the services there. I know having a VA facility here in Cheyenne, that's a consideration for many veterans who move into our area is the VA facility here. So I'm just curious if there's a similar situation occurring there.
And Mr. Chairman, Senator Nethercott will provide that with our response to you as well. We do at the Veterans Home have admission criteria for being a resident of Wyoming, or in some cases, your family being a resident of Wyoming.
Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, I think I heard you say that there are other facilities in the state where veterans can be housed and can receive nursing home care. Is it safe to assume that what you're describing is that they can go into a private facility or another type of facility and the VA will help fund that? Is that an accurate assumption?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Bear, yes, generally accurate, and this really kind of agnostic on veteran status or pay source, similar access to what facilities might exist locally, regionally, et cetera, and subject to their admission protocols, their wait lists, their capacity, et cetera. But what I was referring to is whether private pay, Medicare, Medicaid, or VA healthcare reimbursement would enable folks who served in the military, veterans, to seek long-term care. It is variable on where you can receive it, really dependent on the facilities locally. And the second thing, I think this is important, facilities, nursing facilities can join VA programs when they are serving veterans to meet certain kind of standards. There's an application process, et cetera. I know a handful of facilities in Wyoming have done that over the years to be able to take advantage of additional reimbursement from the VA. It's pretty limited in my understanding, or at least my recent memory of the number of facilities that do that. And that's one of the reasons that designing our nursing facility in Buffalo that will benefit from the VA per diem. We also designed it heavily around Medicare and Medicaid reimbursement. Important to remind the committee that about 65 to 70% of all nursing home bed days in Wyoming are paid for by our Wyoming Medicaid program. It's one of our largest long-term care expenditures. Because nursing home care is so expensive, folks unfortunately spend down their assets when they need that care and become eligible and qualify for Medicaid. Long-winded answer, so it's kind of a mixed bag on how those veterans could be funded or their pay source for their long-term care.
And my recollection is for this particular project, you can't prioritize Wyoming residents because that would be contrary to the VA guidelines.
Mr. Chairman, let me get back to the committee on the specifics there. I need to refresh my memory on that.
Okay, further questions? All right. Please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, with the risk of not turning the page, I thought I heard a question about how much has been spent so far, and that's $5.8 million getting us to this point so far for various soft costs, including design, enabling work, materials testing, a variety of things.
That number was 5.8 million.
5.8 million. And then I also wanted to point out with that in mind that when an application is approved, no expenditures prior to the date of the approval can be considered in the cost of the facility. And also from a design perspective, the longer you wait, the chances are code might change and you might have some additional redesign. And especially interesting in this part, like the ventilation for fresh air when like the 70s facility was designed and built, opening the window was the fresh air in Buffalo.
Still is.
And it still is, but that doesn't meet modern code and wouldn't be how it's designed today. And it's preferred.
Okay, all right, please
Okay.
proceed.
Thank you. Turning the page.
Thank you, Stephen.
To page 34, Central Wyoming College Industrial Maintenance Construction Light Manufacturing Facility, Level 3 Design and Construction, authorization only. This is $3.8 million of private revenue. The governor's recommendation is approval of this request effective April 1st. Of interest to this committee frequently is how will this impact major maintenance funding? There's a new space of about 1,200 square feet, so it's a relatively minor expansion. The prioritization for this project is strategic wire requirements, strategic linkage, and statewide significance. It will help train our workforce and help with our construction industry overall.
Okay. Questions? Please proceed.
The next group of projects, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to check in to see if maybe we want to visit them and cover with the same descriptor, because they're all very similar. They are solving the same problem. And the State Building Commission, in fact, recommended that all of the projects move forward as one project to provide cost efficiencies. So the 4 projects are all for LCCC. The individual descriptions are on page 38, 42, 46, and 50. And they deal with a problem that is pretty prevalent in Wyoming regarding silica reactivity in the aggregate of material in concrete. And it's a problem in vertical construction, and it's a problem in horizontal construction. Excuse me. Also, when you look around Wyoming and you see curbs that have just disintegrated, that's likely the culprit. And LCCC was built very cost efficiently and very quickly because of the use of twin T precast panels, which are a structural precast panel that's built with two T's that have the reinforcing in them. And over the years, the college, the state, other entities that have facilities that were built with this construction method have developed a pretty intensive and recurring major maintenance process where you sack rub the concrete and then you apply an epoxy paint to prevent moisture from getting into the to penetrating the concrete, because when moisture gets inside, it reacts with the silica and other chemicals in that aggregate, and then it causes the concrete to explode and disintegrate. Our office building that I office in at 21st and Bent has this same construction method, and there are spots, tiny spots on the building where you can see the rebar reinforcement where the concrete has spalled and gone away. So you might hear from that in the near future from our building. But LCCC has been working on this, and in lieu of spending money over and over and over in this recurring maintenance cycle, an approach to providing additional insulation and water protection has an added benefit of improving the aesthetics of the building, but that is kind of beside the point of the actual need to prevent moisture from getting into penetrating the surfaces of the concrete. We showed pictures in our construction working group that show how the buildings at LCCC are affected. And moving forward with this project really is asset preservation. It's a critical need, and it has strategic linkage and statewide significance so the facility can keep working. For page 38.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Suzanne. You know, as we look at this kind of is a preservation effort in my mind. What would replacement cost for just pick one of these buildings? Do we have an idea of what replacement cost of those buildings would be versus what we're putting into it overall for preservation?
Or Joe, if you know that.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, I don't have that off the top of my head.
Ballpark, even Mr. Shaker?
Mr. Shaker, President of LCCC, is here.
And while he's getting it, it's interesting that when we started the construction Life Resource Center in the state hospital, the engineers identified, and we had to treat our concrete because Wyoming is ripe for that type of degradation. I thought that was interesting. So we're learning. Joe, hi.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Joe Schaefer, I'm the president of Laramie County Community College. Thank you, Representative Larson, for the question. So our estimates are to replace the 4 buildings that are before you. It's about 112,000 square feet with construction. A couple of the buildings are heavy in mechanical, electrical, and some of the HVAC components, so your cost per square foot is a little bit there. But if you average, and I've been told I'm low on that at about $400 a square foot, I mean, we're talking about, $50, $60 million to replace those. And that's what's really not realistic for us, and why we've really kind of doubled down on this concept of preserving the existing facilities and solving some of these reoccurring issues.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jeremy Haraldson, House District 4. So as we're doing this, is this like 10 years we'll fix it, 20 years we'll fix it, or are we like, we're going to be good for the life of this building? I mean, as you're doing this preservation, obviously I understand degradation of the substrata is definitely a concern. Do we feel like, do the engineers feel like this is going to take and extend the life of these buildings through the full use of that building, or are we going to be back to the table down the road again?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, this is installation essentially of a maintenance-free exterior. And while, there is sun and wind and hail and things that may affect the materials that are going to be installed, it does align with the state side and the community college side of using buildings indefinitely and not having them reach a lifetime. Director McComey?
Mr. Chairman, the culprit in all of this is water. And so if you can keep water out of that concrete aggregate, then you can extend that life indefinitely. It'll certainly meet the life cycle that the original project was designed at. So I think back to Representative Larson's question, it's really pay me a little bit now or pay me a whole lot later. And so, yes, I think we can keep the full life cycle of the buildings by putting that on. Side benefit, the way those T-cast, if you know what those look like, but probably looking out the back window, you have concrete that's sticking out away. And so there'll also be additional insulation, those sort of things. So that'll help with your solar gains and your overall utility costs on the buildings too. And Mr. Schaefer, I believe there's been some work done to try and preserve it, and it keeps coming back under the way those buildings have been treated with epoxy coatings and those kind of things in the past, and that's what certainly we experienced on the highway side too.
Never blows over there. Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thinking about these as a combined project, it would be $14.7 million of SIPA, according to the governor's recommendation, and $11.9 million of private funds from LCCC. Individually, I'd like to read the governor's recommendation of approval of 2.6 million SIPA effective immediate and authorization of 2.09 of private for the automotive technology building.
So the effective immediate is so that they can begin immediately upon
Mr. Chairman.
passage of the bill.
Yes, immediate. So sooner than later, just time is money. On page 42, we have the Science Center building exterior with the request of and approval of 4.15 SIPA effective immediate and 3.3 of private funds. On page 46, we have the LCCC Crossroads Building with 4.05 SIPA effective immediate and 3.27 of private funds. And on page 50, for the LCCC Exterior Renewal College and Community Center Building, known as the CCC, with the governor's approval of 3.94 SIPA effective immediately and 3.178 of private funds for the request.
So I have a question, Joe. For some of this work is going on currently, isn't that right?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, so we've broken this overall effort into 4 different phases. The legislature authorized and awarded funding for phase 1, and phase 1 is currently going. We actually have a proof of concept that we did back in 2017-18 with the business building to test the concept. So that one is actually a completed building that could be toured at any time if folks are interested. We are almost, well, 3/4 of the way through the first project in phase 1, which is the CCI building that's slated to complete here, I want to say February, March. And one of the things we've learned and planned is that there's significant economies of scale if we just tackle these in close proximity and sequentially. So the other buildings in phase 1 will bid here probably in February, and then we're going to just go right through all of them, just because it's going to be less disruptive and actually more cost-effective to do that way. This would initiate then phase 2, and we would try to do this similar approach and just try to move through them all in one sweep. And then we do have 2 other phases to get us through. It's 13 buildings in total within the plan.
Thank you.
End of LCCC. Okay. The next item, oh wait, yes. The next item is on page 54 for the Wyoming Community College Commission Sheridan College Science Building renovation and expansion in Sheridan. This essentially helps fulfill the staffing shortages in the healthcare industry. This is a strategic requirement, strategic linkage, and statewide significance priority. And the governor's recommendation is approval of 9.7 of other funds of this request effective April 1st. However, if the total cost can be covered with the institution's internal funds, including donations, then the project should be allowed to proceed. Oh, my apologies. It's 9.9. I think I said 9.97. That's what I meant to say. So the college in Sheridan has had donors in the past that have helped. I think that might be where that recommendation comes from. It's a renovation and that does add 14,000 square feet to the building. Any follow-up?
Any follow-up questions? Okay.
The next project is on page 59 for the Department of Corrections for all facilities in Lusk, Newcastle, Rollins, Riverton, and Torrington. A security electronics integration project and upgrades, level 3 design and construction for $18 million. The SCD and SBC recommend approval, and the governor's approval concurs with $18 million from SIPA effective immediately for this request. The security systems at the facilities have outlived their useful life. There has been an effort by facility managers at each facility to purchase replacement parts off of eBay, to manufacture parts as needed. But essentially, this is a strategic, it's a critical need because providing security at a correctional institution is the mission. This project going forward preserves the assets, provides a solution for prior binding commitments, has safety concerns, strategic linkage, and statewide significance. The idea is to have an integrated system that is all the same at each facility, so parts can be operated remotely and all staff trained on the systems can understand every system at every facility. Parts can provide to be backups and so on. Currently, we're providing some controls infrastructure through major maintenance to support this project. It's the agency's #1 priority. Any questions on that topic?
So I have a question. I'm just curious, what was the conclusions or outcomes of the level 1, level 2 studies?
Mr. Chairman, I think I'd like to introduce Dave Webb, who is our player coach project manager for Department of Corrections.
Mr. Chairman, Dave Webb, Construction Management Supervisor, State Construction Department. So the outcome of the level 1, level 2 was to replace all of the camera systems, locking mechanisms, all of our wiring that's at the WSP was identified. So there was the identification of replacement of all systems to become integrated into one system was the end state of the level 2.
And did this figure derive from that level 2 study?
The figure in the level 2 study was 17 million, about approximately 17.9 million, and we just rounded up to 18 million.
Okay, thank you. So what's the time and implementation process of this when it happens? If and when? I take it you would go facility by facility. Can you explain the implementation of the upgrade?
Mr. Chairman, the implementation would be consecutive, so we'd have a team at each facility, and we're thinking it would take about 18 months from the start to finish.
Okay, any further questions? I've got a few, but we'll do it later.
Mr. Chairman, sorry,
ahead.
out here in the audience. Mr. Chairman, Jeremy Haroldson, House District 4. Obviously, we look at Rollins, we look at Torrington. Torrington was built much later than Rollins, but I would assume probably was our process to use the same equipment throughout every facility, and it's just now become obsolete. Is that correct, or am I off on that? I just was, as we're seeing kind of a wide swath across all of these facilities, seeing different years of construction, obviously I would assume that we have different equipment in every facility, but maybe not. Maybe it's the same company and that company's become obsolete. So could you clarify on that, please?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Haroldson, so Torrington Prison came online in 2008. The equipment there is different from what we have at the other facilities. We have Lusk, Newcastle, the Honor Farm in Riverton, and Rollins. Those all have the antiquated equipment that we're talking about, and they're all different systems. So you're trying to buy different parts across a broad spectrum of security systems. The one that we want to try to get this integrated into one system so we can have our people that are trained in our security those security aspects of that, so they can work on, so if we have a person equipment, we could have a backstock in one location or two locations that can provide parts and pieces to those systems throughout the whole facilities.
Okay, further questions? Actually, I've got lots of questions, but because the types of securities are totally different in two of those facilities versus the others, and why we would need similar brand names for that, and cross-bonus doesn't make sense to me, and the question is, was there the evaluation of each facility to see if it was necessary or needed, or if you can do it component-wise per each facility at a substantial cost savings? Any type of that analysis done?
Mr. Chairman, the analysis was completed on level 2, that each facility has basically the same systems that they use for cameras, the door locking mechanisms, those types of areas. Some of your more secure, so Rollins and Lusk, and WMCI in Torrington have a different locking mechanism, or they may have different doors, or they may have, but it's the same relays back to the same system that they're looking at.
Okay, further questions? All right, please proceed.
Governor's recommendation for that project, 18 million of SIPA. Page 63, Department of Corrections, Wyoming State Penitentiary, Rollins, Wyoming, heating, ventilation, and air conditioning equipment replacement for 8.427 of SIPA. This is for the South Facility, 21 units. A number of building assets, and I believe the intent here, it's mostly rooftop units and air handling units that need to be replaced. It's my understanding that the building that is occupied it's not able to be kept to required temperature, thermal comfort, cooling and heating. And a replacement is necessary. I think both with this project and the previous in our facility planning, we did discuss, can this be designed in a way that if a new facility is built in the foreseeable future, can some of those systems be migrated to a new facility? And the answer was yes, we would do everything we can to make that happen.
Okay. We're about there.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes the list of approved projects that came forward through the SBC and the governor's office this year. I would also note, in relating to the AWAC positions that I've mentioned, there were a couple of projects that did make it through last year's CapCon that might have been good candidates to have a footnote for allowing us to use those positions. Having the position at Casper, that was a not to exceed 400,000. Similar things have been done for the capital restoration, for other things. And so the girls' school where it's in Sheridan, that's a really long trip up there for our staff. Our staff usually do travel 1 or 2 nights per week, sometimes 1,100 miles a week, but having someone up in that area to take a close look at that project, maybe it could be combined with the Veterans Home, having flexible language to allow us, to split that time over projects would be helpful. And if more information is needed on what that might look like, we'd be happy to follow up.
Jim Larson.
Thank you, and I guess first, maybe, Dawn, if you could consider some language to do that. So as we've kind of finished up here, but we're on corrections, could you give us an update on where we're at on the demolition of the old prison and that process?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, we have discussed with the Department of Corrections and their facility planning that we would probably recommend moving forward with a level 1 and 2 and due diligence on the land that's been identified. Again, I think this might be a project that might have a 20-year timeline. I'm not sure. Oh, you mean the demolition, not the new?
Demolition on.
Demolition of the north facility.
You were scaring me a little bit.
Are those funds still available?
Yes.
Mr. Webb? My apologies.
So, and Dave, remind me, I think we had a priority at the Honor Farm that's been resolved, and then we're going to shift down there. So could you just bring us up to speed a little bit, please?
So Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, we just finished we actually haven't finished the demolition and the rebuild of that basketball court and those items that were identified. We do have a couple of things left out. We're in the process, I'm in the process of discussing with the WDOC of hiring an architect to start the demo plan for the north facility.
Okay,
I thought there was a demo plan.
I did too.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, there was a pseudo demo plan for that facility, but now that we've taken some stuff out of there, and there needs to be a revisit to that, and then a new plan to come to fruition so we can take that facility down as it needs to be.
My recollection was the old plan was around roughly $3 to $3.5 million for demo. Is that?
I don't think that won't cover it. Mr. Chairman, if I may, and this goes back to the conversation we've had, and this is earlier, we've just not done a good job on getting old buildings demoed. And, we owe it to the city of Rollins that, getting some of that stuff taken up. And please.
There's a building or two in Evanston like that too.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, I think that $3 million number is.
But we
guesstimation.
took money out of the prison account, right, and I think it was 10.
It was 10.
And that was the initial cost, and was going to get the Honor Farm done and then reevaluate, get an idea of Rollins, and then look at, because we had the blessing of the Director of Corrections that, because they're wanting to get that done, and if we need to do that more, that's kind of why I'm asking. So if we've got a plan, if we need to go back in this session to intercept some more of those funds to get this completed, it would be helpful to know, but, I'd like to, it's our hope that we can move forward on that a little more expeditiously. So.
And Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, I think we'll have that information for you, but not at this time. It'll be next session.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anything else with Department of Construction? Al?
Mr. Chairman, no, I think that concludes everything, so. Any
Oh,
questions,
almost right
any
on
additional
time.
questions from the committee?
Don?
Mr. Chairman, on your afternoon agenda, we had scheduled a lunch break from 12:30 to 1:30, if that still stands, and then you'll be, the Secretary of State will appear, and then the Wyoming Shooting Complex, LaPrelle Dam, and then you have 2 callbacks with the Workforce Services Department and Wyoming Business Council.
Okay, with that, we'll stand adjourned until 1:30.
Good job. Good job.
Thank you.